Okay, good morning. Bienvenidos a todos. I'd like to welcome everyone here to the Two Nations, One Water 2021 conference. Before we get into the formal introductions, I just want to let everyone know that you have the option of language interpretation to listen in either English or Spanish, or as well to listen without any interpretation at all. You can just click this little globe icon that you'll see at the bottom of your toolbar and make your language selection. And with that, I'll turn things over now to NM WRRI Director, Dr. Sam Fernald.
Good morning, everybody. Buenos días. Welcome to everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. I'm Sam Fernald, Professor of Watershed Management at New Mexico State University, and as Mark said, Director of the New Mexico Water Resources Research Institute. We have come together for the next 3 days to consider the shared water of the border region where Mexico and the US meet. In this arid region that was once Nuevo Mexico and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, water management has always been the key to life. We see evidence of balanced water management in the ruins of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 that date to over 1,000 years ago. Since 1848, the Rio Grande, Rio Bravo, has been a shared border as well as a shared water resource. Back in 1986, when I first studied the waters of the border, the most important issues dealt with surface waters, Rio Grande, Colorado, Tijuana River. Today, we have the added issues of transboundary groundwater. Our shared aquifers are more important than ever in the face of diminished surface water supplies due to drought and climate change. How we manage these aquifers will have an important effect on life in the border region for the next 1,000 years. This conference seeks to share understanding about water with an emphasis on internationally shared groundwater in New Mexico, Texas, and Chihuahua. Our goals are to learn about water challenges and identify approaches to work together for a long future of water on the border. This conference will take place over 3 days. On day 1, we will start with perspectives from incredible policymakers, then move into details of transboundary water, groundwater resiliency research and water governance. So that would be transboundary groundwater resiliency. There's a tongue twister. But we'll have a chance to practice that some more. On day 2, we will delve into law, agriculture, water management, and do some networking. On the last day 3, we'll go into detail about hydrologic processes and water challenges and opportunities, with a focus on the 𝗁𝗍 Conejos Médanos aquifer. Throughout, we will be laying the foundations for next steps to support sustainable water on the border. I'd like to give a shout out to Mark Sheely, Program Coordinator from NM WRRI, for leading the conference planning and logistics. If you have questions during the conference, be sure to contact Mark. I extend my thanks to all the speakers who have agreed to participate in this virtual format. I look forward to a time when we can all meet in person to continue this important discussion. I would also like to thank the financial supporters of this conference, including the U.S. Geological Survey through the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program, New Mexico State University, and Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez. Our original plan was to hold this conference in spring 2020 in Juárez, but that plan was derailed by the pandemic. Thank you so much to Dr. Alfredo Granados from WSJ as the motivator of much of this effort. In spirit, we are based in Juárez this year. And with that, I turn it over to Dr. Granados.
Thank you, Sam. Gracias, Sam. Bienvenidos todos. Buenos días, estimados conferencistas e invitados especiales. Sean ustedes muy bienvenidos a la tercera edición del Congreso Dos Naciones, Una Sola Agua 2021. Después de, como mencionó Sam, después de haber hecho una pausa a la secuencia de este evento por efectos de la pandemia, retomamos hoy en día las actividades que se han programado para este importante evento binacional. Desde una perspectiva regional y con una visión holística transfronteriza, Estos 3 días estaremos escuchando a especialistas y expertos a través de la exposición de su trabajo de investigación y compartiendo su experiencia en las diversas mesas temáticas agendadas para nuestro evento. Como es de su conocimiento, el agua es uno de los recursos naturales más importantes para la vida y para el desarrollo de las comunidades. De tal forma que no es extraño, entonces, que en estos días programados para esta conferencia nos estemos ocupando de tan relevantes temas en torno al agua y que estemos preocupados por atender las diversas estrategias para lograr avanzar en la sustentabilidad del recurso en la región. Será sin duda un evento del que obtendremos diversas perspectivas y encontraremos interesantes visiones, comentarios y propuestas que permitan avanzar la agenda de amistad frente a la necesidad de encontrar el bien común y el bienestar para nuestras comunidades. Hacemos votos para que los objetivos del Congreso se logren con creces y espero que podamos llegar a sentar el precedente con este evento, el cual nos permita continuar trabajando para la sociedad binacional en su conjunto. Felicidades, bienvenidos y éxito en el Congreso.
All right, muchas gracias, Alfredo. I'd like to take a chance now to invite a representative of New Mexico State University to have a few words. Dr. Luis Cifuentes is the Vice President for Research at NMSU. He's also the Dean of the Graduate School. His charge is to support the research endeavor, but he goes beyond that to support scholars, student creativity, wise use of the funding that comes to the university from extramural sources. It's been a real pleasure working with Dr. Cifuentes because he's an administrator with a foot still in academia, where he was an oceanographer and had a water background in his research. So he really understands the border, water, and what it means to do meaningful research that really makes a difference. Dr. Cifuentes.
Thank you, Sam. A wonderful introduction. You probably have everybody in the Zoom sphere wondering why an oceanographer is now at New Mexico State University in Las Cruces, very far from the ocean. But very happy to be here. Sam, thank you for your leadership as co-chair of this event. And like you, I'd like to acknowledge your staff who have made this a reality during very difficult COVID times. It is certainly an honor to be asked, along with co-chair Dr. Alfredo Granados Olivas and Deputy Secretary of Water and Science for the U.S. Department of Interior, Tanya Trujillo, to give opening remarks at this conference. I bring, on behalf of New Mexico State University Chancellor Dr. Dan Arvizu and its President Dr. John Floros, a warm online New Mexico welcome. You will be here for 3 days, and it is important to recognize, as Sam has already done, that this conference, this very important event, is being jointly hosted by New Mexico State University, the New Mexico Water Resources Research Institute, and the Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez. So you're going to be spending quite a while with other researchers in the area of water and experts along the border of New Mexico, Texas, and Chihuahua. Our goal, your goal, is to share your research, build trust, and find ways to work towards a sustainable water future both in the US and in Mexico. It is my hope that this event will be an opportunity to build binational collaborations that lead to additional projects, grow existing projects such as the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program, and create the opportunity for sustained growth. So the importance of binational water research collaboration cannot be overstated. To quote Ahmed Zewail, who was awarded the 1999 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for his work on femtochemistry, quote, "The soft power of science has the potential to reshape global diplomacy." Achieving water policy objectives that cross boundaries will require science diplomacy, which uses science itself to communicate and as an effective tool to promote sustainable development. It is my hope that this conference will create new, grow existing, and sustain binational relationships without which effective science diplomacy cannot be. NMSU is committed to growing US-Mexico border initiatives and research. If you look up our strategic plan, LEADS 2025, and Goal 2, which is Elevate Research and Creativity, you will find that one of the tactics is, quote, to promote research scholarship and creative activity in cross-US-Mexico border studies, unquote. There are many examples of existing projects, such as the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program, which Sam mentioned, that are exemplary and exhibit these efforts. I thank that particular program and the USGS for co-sponsoring this conference. And finally, for those of you who are in the Zoom sphere today, I truly appreciate your participation in this conference. It has been a very difficult time for all of us, and the fact that you are spending 3 days with your colleagues towards this grand challenge of obtaining water security and sustainable water usage is much appreciated. And with that, Sam, thank you for inviting me. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cifuentes. Really appreciate those words. And I'm going to turn it over to Alfredo now.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me, Sam?
Yes.
Bien, gracias. Bueno, pues es para mí un honor presentarles a Luis Carlos Alatorre 𝗁𝗲. Luis Carlos es un profesor de tiempo completo de la Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez, especialista en informática. Su interés en investigación es en el tema de procesos geoambientales para el cambio climático, el agua y las ciencias ambientales, y para la administración pública y de políticas públicas para el agua. Actualmente es director general de Consejo de Cuenca de Río Bravo de la CONAGUA y trabaja en el aspecto de modelado con sensores remotos y sistemas de información geográfica en el tema de aguas superficiales y aguas subterráneas, en la planeación del ordenamiento territorial y en la evolución del medio ambiente. Luis Carlos ha tenido diferentes posiciones y diferentes puestos. Ha sido maestro en Ingeniería de Administración de Recursos Hidráulicos del Instituto Tecnológico de Sonora. Es doctor en Ordenamiento Territorial y Medio Ambiente por la Universidad de Zaragoza en España. Fue jefe de la División Multidisciplinaria de la Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez en Cuauhtémoc, presidente nacional de CELPER México y profesor investigador actualmente de tiempo completo, titularse de la UACJ. Miembro de la Facultad de Graduados de la Universidad Estatal de Nuevo México y investigador nacional nivel 1 desde el 2011 al presente. Luis Carlos, el micrófono es tuyo. Bienvenido. Muchas gracias por aceptar nuestra invitación. Gracias. ¿Estás con el micrófono apagado?
Listo.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias, doctor Alfredo, por la introducción tan amable que ha tenido en mencionar mi trayectoria académica, porque al fin de cuentas mi origen es 100% académico, investigador. He participado en el equipo mexicano que estuvo haciendo sus contribuciones a la contraparte estadounidense en este proyecto. Entonces, sin mayor preámbulo, pues indudablemente agradecer muy buenos días a todos los presentes, a todos los que nos están escuchando a través de esta plataforma. Para que me conozcan, pues mi nombre es Luis Carlos Alatorre. Desde enero del presente año, en enero, he recibido la invitación del gobierno federal para tomar el cargo de director general del organismo de cuenca del río Bravo, o sea, en la CONAGUA. Antes de empezar, las grandes áreas de oportunidad que tenemos de implementar a través de las instituciones gubernamentales y que se operativicen en políticas públicas para la correcta gestión y administración de recurso hídrico que compartimos en esta línea fronteriza, me gustaría poner en contexto qué es el organismo de cuenca del río Bravo, ¿sí? Bueno, de entrada, el organismo de cuenca del río Bravo es, tenemos la responsabilidad de administrar y gestionar el recurso hídrico, que es un bien nacional de todos los mexicanos, y nuestra jurisdicción abarca los estados de Chihuahua, de Durango, de Coahuila, de Nuevo León y Tamaulipas. Prácticamente, pues toda la parte mexicana que abarca la cuenca del río Bravo. Y aproximadamente se atienden en políticas públicas aproximadamente 13 millones de habitantes. Bueno, una vez que hemos puesto en contexto el organismo de cuenca del río Bravo, me gustaría ir contextualizando estas áreas de oportunidad que vislumbramos como académicos y ahora como funcionarios que estamos en el gobierno federal. No me gustaría dejar de lado de que indudablemente tenemos un andamiaje legal que soporta, ¿sí? Que soporta y debe soportar las acciones que implementemos de aquí en el futuro, ya sea en el ámbito de investigación, ya sea en el ámbito de políticas públicas, o ya sea en el marco de los tratados que tenemos entre ambas naciones. Por ejemplo, en cuanto a aguas subterráneas, que es el tema fundamental de esta reunión, simplemente por matizar, desde los años 70 del siglo pasado, se ha tenido en el seno de la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas, intercambio de información entre aguas subterráneas. Otro ejemplo es que en el año 2006 se aprobó la ley pública en Estados Unidos 109-448, que es Acta sobre Evaluación de Acuíferos Transfronterizos México-Estados Unidos, y en ese programa se estableció la evaluación de algunos acuíferos transfronterizos entre México y Estados Unidos, el cual incluye la posibilidad de buscar recursos financieros, que es la mayor limitante que vemos como investigadores y también las instancias gubernamentales. Es decir, en el ámbito de la sección mexicana y la sección estadounidense de la SILA, existen los intereses de estudiar y entender y preservar los acuíferos transfronterizos, por lo cual nosotros como CONAGUA y como investigador sugerimos intercambiar esta información, pero esta información la tenemos que operativizar a través de la instancia que ya existe y que permite conciliar, aludiendo a lo que decía nuestro compañero anterior, la diplomacia no la podemos dejar de lado, ¿sí? La diplomacia no la podemos dejar de lado, y el ámbito donde se debe dar esa diplomacia y esos acuerdos es la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas. Al menos ese es el marco legal que tenemos, ¿sí? Por todo esto y para garantizar la correcta administración y gestión del agua subterránea, pues en términos generales, nosotros proponemos poner sobre la carta algunos puntos que consideramos importantes en cuanto a funciones y responsabilidades que podían acoger las instancias gubernamentales. Bueno, primero pues hay que elegir el acuífero que deseamos estudiar. En este caso ya lo sabemos, los acuíferos compartidos en la parte de Chihuahua que han sido objeto de nuestro estudio. Los proyectos que se seleccionen, la SILA podría coordinar ambos países para determinar conjuntamente el alcance, ¿sí? De la evaluación, el diagnóstico y las proyecciones que hagamos en cuanto a acciones para sostener en el largo plazo estos acuíferos. Se deben de crear equipos técnicos binacionales coordinados. Los planes de trabajo en conjunto deberán ser aprobados en el marco diplomático que hay en la SILA, ¿sí? Los planes de trabajo y ejecutados deberán presentarse por los grupos técnicos, y la información debe ser abierta, pública, ¿sí? Y que sea de fácil entendimiento para la población en general, para que se puedan aceptar las políticas públicas que se implementen para la correcta administración del agua. Eso en cuanto a aguas subterráneas, pero también hay que decir que el organismo de cuenca del río Bravo también tiene la responsabilidad de administrar las aguas superficiales, y nosotros debemos ser garantes del cumplimiento de aguas internacionales que tenemos con Estados Unidos en lo que corresponde en las entregas que le hace México a Estados Unidos. En el marco de este tratado desde 1944, hay que decir que también ha habido acciones binacionales. Ha habido acciones binacionales y se han desarrollado a través de la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas. Por ejemplo, el más reciente fue un programa que se llamó Programa de Uso Sustentable para los distritos de riego de la cuenca del río Conchos, ¿sí? Este proyecto, con recursos binacionales, entre el año 2002 y 2007, se decidió, ambas naciones, invertir 1.500 millones de pesos en la cuenca del río Conchos. ¿Qué se hizo con todo este dinero? Pues se buscó la tecnificación para el ahorro del agua y que el agua que se ahorrara pues sirviera para garantizar el cumplimiento del Tratado de Aguas Internacionales de 1944. Se hicieron revestimientos de canales, se hicieron nivelaciones de tierra, se buscó la implementación de riegos presurizados, etcétera, etcétera. Finalmente, aludiendo a este andamiaje de cooperación que existe entre ambas naciones, tenemos un recién nacido programa piloto que tiene CONAGUA y que va a implementar a lo largo y ancho de toda la frontera con Estados Unidos, ¿sí? Este programa se llama Programa Estratégico para el Saneamiento de la Frontera Norte. En términos generales, a lo largo y ancho, desde Tijuana, por decirlo así, hasta la desembocadura del río Bravo en el Golfo de México, se han identificado y tenemos los proyectos, acciones, que son 411 acciones a lo largo y ancho de toda la frontera con Estados Unidos. Particularmente con Chihuahua, tenemos 21 acciones que se van a implementar para el tratado o para el saneamiento de todas las aguas residuales, ¿sí? Y el presupuesto que se tiene asignado, que se van a distribuir en los próximos años para el estado de Chihuahua, es de aproximadamente 7,000 millones de pesos. Indudablemente, se va a buscar la contraparte estadounidense para que haya un cofinanciamiento, ¿sí?, de estos proyectos, y este cofinanciamiento y los acuerdos se hacen en el marco de la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas. Entonces, en general, en resumen, decirle a los investigadores y a los tomadores de decisiones que existe todo un andamiaje interinstitucional, binacional, para poder concretar en políticas públicas y en acciones que indudablemente nos lleven a sostener el recurso hídrico en la región que compartimos. Las aguas subterráneas indudablemente son una gran área de oportunidad. Hay pocos estudios, yo creo que estamos siendo puntas de lanzas. Hay grandes expectativas de seguir desarrollando estos proyectos de investigación binacionales, pero tenemos que operativizarlo a través de las instituciones gubernamentales. Por mi parte sería todo. Les deseo éxito. Muchas gracias a todos por su atención. Un saludo afectuoso a Alfredo, a los organizadores, y aquí estamos por si hay cualquier cuestionamiento, cualquier pregunta. Gracias.
Gracias a Carlos Rincón de la Agencia de Protección Ambiental. Las acciones que te referiste de saneamiento como tal a lo largo de la frontera, esto como un programa y dentro de financiamiento propio que tenga CONAGUA, o es porque también puede ser en conjunto, sobre propuestas que van al Banco de Desarrollo de Norteamérica.
Ok. Bueno, espero haber escuchado bien la idea que... La pregunta creo que más que nada va con el... Primero, ¿cómo fue que voy a describir cómo se seleccionaron los proyectos y creo que al final alude algo con la financiamiento. Bueno, estos proyectos indudablemente, como tenemos la jurisdicción de todos los estados que he mencionado, hemos tenido una reunión con las autoridades estatales, ¿sí?, para verificar cuáles son los proyectos prioritarios que tienen. También había una cartera de proyectos que estaban en espera de financiamiento o que existe un listado en la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Agua. Entonces, entre el cruce de información con la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Agua y con las necesidades que tienen todos los municipios que están a lo largo y ancho del río Bravo y que descargan sus aguas residuales al cauce del río Bravo, pues el objetivo principal es el saneamiento. Ha cambiado la norma oficial mexicana, la norma 001, en cuanto a las características físico-químicas que debe tener el agua para poder ser entregadas a un cauce como el río Bravo o cualquier otro cauce a nivel nacional. Entonces, fue como se seleccionaron y se palomearon todos estos proyectos. Indudablemente, los montos en su conjunto, como lo dije, para toda la frontera son 13,000 millones de pesos aproximadamente. Tenemos ya los estudios, la parte técnica de cómo hacer los proyectos y cuánto costaría. Indudablemente esto no se va a hacer de la noche a la mañana, se tiene programado a partir del 2022 Hacienda asignarles dinero a una primera parte de proyectos prioritarios. Tenemos a través de la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores y a través de la SILA buscando el financiamiento de la contraparte estadounidense, como las instancias que usted mismo mencionó. Entonces, ahorita ya se han palomeado todos los proyectos, ya se decidieron qué proyectos vamos a arrancar para el próximo año, ¿sí? Ahí en Chihuahua, pues ya hemos tenido contacto con la Junta Central de Aguas y con la Junta Municipal de Ciudad Juárez, y pues obviamente, como les digo yo, no podemos escatimar esfuerzos, no podemos perder esta gran oportunidad, y además de buscar la contraparte estadounidense. Y la SILA, pues indudablemente es el ámbito diplomático para conseguir este cofinanciamiento. Además, que es una solicitud de nuestros colegas estadounidenses, las instancias gubernamentales le están exigiendo a México de que tiene que sanear todas las aguas residuales que se vierten al río Bravo. Entonces, bajo el entendido que cuando tengamos los proyectos que se tienen que hacer en el territorio mexicano, la parte de Estados Unidos dará la contraparte, ¿sí? Un 30, 50%. Eso ya son esquemas de negociación que tendremos que hacer al interior de los convenios internacionales. Gracias.
Ok, muchísimas gracias por esa respuesta. I think we'll move on now. Should we, we'll express our thanks. We can't all clap in this meeting format, so we'll just have to express our gratitude for that talk. And let's see, if I'm not mistaken, Tanya Trujillo is here. Is that right, Mark? Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Sam.
Oh, Tanya, it's great to hear you. Okay, so I'll just give a brief introduction, and if I miss anything, please tell us. But Tanya, I first met when she was senior counsel to the Energy and Natural Resources Committee of the US Senate. And she also worked as counselor to the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science at Interior. She is now Assistant Secretary for Water and Science at the US Department of the Interior. We're extremely honored to have her here. She's been on the front lines of some of the biggest water issues in the Western United States for over 20 years. A lot of work on the Rio Grande, and then she became the executive director of the Colorado River Board of California. Since then, she worked on the Interstate Stream Commission in New Mexico, and we're so lucky to have her here. And with that, take it away, Tanya.
Okay, thank you very much, Sam, and good morning to all of the participants in the conference. It's great to be here. I am very grateful to have had a lot of opportunities to work in a binational water setting, and I look forward to continuing that in the years to come. I am currently the Assistant Secretary for Water and Science at the Department of the Interior and have been in the role since January 20th, coming in with the new Biden-Harris administration. And perhaps the first thing I should do is congratulate or compliment our partners in Mexico on their independence anniversary. And I was able to watch President Biden's remarks last night, and he emphasized the strong bond that we have among our nations, between our countries, and said very, very kind words and strong congratulations, and emphasized that we have no better partnership with anyone than our neighbors in Mexico. And I feel that truly in my heart, being a New Mexican and having long-standing good relationships and very close friends in Mexico, particularly on the water issues. I think we have a tremendous opportunity as well with the recent confirmation and appointment of Ambassador Salazar. Ambassador Salazar was the former Secretary of the Interior, and I worked with him in that capacity. And I know he has also a familiar background being from the San Luis Valley in Colorado, that we actually like to claim that as part of New Mexico as well. But we have a very common background and history with our partners in Mexico. And Ambassador Salazar will be a great champion and advocate for us on our transboundary water work and our binational water work as we continue to develop the agreements that we have with Mexico. I know he was very much involved and instrumental in allowing us to make as much progress as we were able to make in the Rio Colorado context, and he continues to be very interested in making sure that we can maintain our progress on these binational water issues. I would like to again take the opportunity to congratulate the incoming commissioners for the IBWC and for CILA. I'm looking forward to meeting Commissioner Hiner and to working with you in many different areas in the Rio Bravo, Rio Grande, and the Colorado River issues, and really all across our border. And Commissioner Resendez and I have worked together on our issues over the many years, and I congratulate you on your new appointment and in your new capacity, and we are standing by to help you be successful and to help continue our great progress. It is wonderful opportunity for us to be working together as we have for many years. I know in the United States, we have a strong amount of expertise and experience on our border water issues. I work at the current moment very closely with the Bureau of Reclamation and the USGS, and we have several programs that are in place all along the border to be able to assist with our water users in the US, but also assist with respect to the relationship that we have with our partners in Mexico. I think there are additional opportunities for collaboration in each of the states. And I know this group and this discussion is focusing on the eastern portion of our border issues, but we have several areas of coordination and collaboration that exist in the California area, in the Tijuana, and the west coast of our countries that we can cooperate as well, and all along our border. The Colorado River issues is an area that I have personally worked on for several years. I know we have as President Biden said, we have no better partner than Mexico in the context of dealing with the extreme drought issues that we have been experiencing for 20 years. I think one of the best decisions that our country made, and the US side, was to make sure that Mexico was brought in as a partner with respect to our operational issues on the Colorado River, with respect to how we are going to continue our planning efforts for those issues, and really to make sure we are hand in hand, seated at the tables together, to be able to track the hydrology that's coming in, to be able to think proactively about what additional tools and conservation measures we are going to be able to develop to allow us to handle the changes that we're seeing. And there's no doubt that the climate is changing. We're seeing hotter and drier conditions all across the West. I know we are also seeing flooding and extreme storm events in some areas as well. And we have to be able to continue to manage our resources, our natural resources, in the context of these changing conditions. I think that's why I appreciate, I'm a lawyer by background, and I have always worked very closely with technical experts and with hydrologists and engineers and scientists who can help us develop policies and agreements that ensure that we can be responsive to the needs of our communities and to be able to help our citizens in both countries and all of the issues that we are facing on the border. I know we have tremendous potential for additional coordination and development of these policies and these agreements. But I want to emphasize the fact that we have the strong technical focus and the strong technical relationship as well. And I know that that extends not only on the surface water issues, the treaty relationships that we have in both of our basins, but also with respect to the groundwater issues. And I know there's been mention of the transboundary aquifer assessment, and that is a program that I have been familiar with for many years, not only when I was working in the Senate with New Mexico's Senator Jeff Bingaman, but also at the Department of the Interior and in the states, that when I was working with the state of New Mexico, trying to continue to develop that scientific base of knowledge that we know will underlie and assist with our policy decisions. I want to specifically compliment the scientific expertise that I work with at the people that I work with at the USGS. I am amazed every day at the new things that I learn about, and am very appreciative of the caliber of the science that they develop. I had the pleasure of being with our secretary, Deb Holland, yesterday, and we were together in California for the tremendous opportunity to launch the most recent satellite, which is the Landsat 9 satellite that comprises the network of Earth observation records that we have been tracking for the past 50 years. And it was, again, a tremendous opportunity to work closely with our secretary, but also with the teams at the USGS and in close collaboration with our partners at NASA to be able to continue to develop these tools that allow us to do our job with as much scientific base as possible, and really the highest quality science that underlies our work. That experience and that mentality feeds into everything that I've witnessed with respect to the science that's underlying our binational work as well. I know there are several experts on the phone who have a better foundation for the actual work that's going on, and I look forward to continuing to learn from them in their various programs. And I want to also acknowledge the role that the Bureau of Reclamation plays with respect to its programs that help, again, facilitate the local water management issues in our border states, but also help provide support for the binational programs that we have and encourage that continued progress in our binational relationship. I appreciate being part of this conference. I look forward to any opportunity to partner with our colleagues in Mexico and with the scientists and the academic institutions that are working on these issues. I am very happy to be part of the administration, to be able to continue my role in this work, and I look forward to seeing many of you again in person sometime soon, I hope. Thank you, Sam. Happy to be part of this organization and these remarks today.
Oh, thank you ever so much. What great comments. Would you be willing to take a question from the audience?
Absolutely. I can just add in a little bit, Sam. I forgot to mention that I know, as I did mention that I'm continuing to learn every day about the programs that we have in place. And I was excited recently to extend an agreement that we have with IBWC at USGS. We're looking forward to continuing the strong working relationship that we do have. And I know that there's also in progress a 5-year plan to develop additional collaboration between USGS, CONAGUA, and the Water Research Institutes. And I have been a long fan and advocate of the WRRI system, and I appreciate the support that you all and the contributions that you all make to our programs. It's great to partner with you on these issues.
Mark, I don't know if there's any questions, but if not, Tanya, can you hear me well?
Yes. Okay. And I want to apologize to everyone for not being a better Spanish speaker, but I continue to try, I promise.
No, thank you very much. Could you elaborate if on these binational interactions that we're talking about on groundwater, if it is within your mandate, and if such, are there ongoing binational studies with respect to share aquifers modeling? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure exactly who was asking or where you're located on the Zoom screen, but
I'm sorry. I'm Carlos Rincon. I'm
okay.
with the US EPA, Paso Border Office. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I look forward to meeting you sometime soon. I think that is exactly the subject of what we're doing in the context of the transboundary aquifer assessment. And I think there are programs in place in Texas, in New Mexico, and in Arizona that are analyzing those exact questions of characterizing the transboundary groundwater basins, and in trying to make sure we understand the quality and the quantity and the technical capabilities, not capabilities, but technical elements that make up that situation. As I mentioned, we have strong programs in both the surface water context and the groundwater context. I know there's always room for improvement on all of that, though.
All right, well, I guess need to get on with our conference. We're just so appreciative that you could make it. Thank you ever so much.
Yes, it's great to be here. I'm going to jump off, but I wish you well, and I look forward to hearing reports from the other presentations. Thank you very much.
Good day.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I guess that'll be back to you, Mark. Where are we in the agenda?
Okay. So next up, we have some moments to get some perspectives and opening remarks from the representatives from the US, IBWC, and CELA.
Actually, are you out there, Alfredo? I think maybe, do you want to introduce the Commissioner Hiner from your understanding of her PhD days? And
sure, it will be an honor to present Maria-Elena Hiner, new commissioner for the US IBWC. Dr. Hiner serves as the United States Commissioner of the International Boundary and Water Commission on the United States and Mexico. She is the second woman and first Latina to hold this post, and previously served as the general manager for the Border Environmental Cooperation Commission, the BEC, and an institution that developed environmental infrastructure along the US-Mexico border in association with the North American Development Bank. During her tenure at BEC, she focused on policies that address US-Mexico cooperation on water, energy, and climate change. So Dr. Hiner's education includes a Bachelor in Science and Civil Engineering from Loyola Marymount University, a Master in Business Administration from the University of Texas at El Paso, and a PhD in Public Policy from the University of Texas at Austin. She's also a registered professional engineer, first-generation college graduate, and a daughter of an immigrant. And so it's an honor for me to present my friend, the new commissioner, Maria-Elena Hiner. Maria-Elena, gracias por tu aceptación a participar en el evento.
Muchas gracias, Alfredo. Thank you so much to all of the participants. It's really an honor to be here. First of all, me gustaría mandar saludos a 𝗁𝗏𝗄ᴏ, Manuel Herrera, Dr. Alatorre, y 𝗁𝗏𝗏 Ibañez. I've had a long relationship with these people during my tenure at BEC. And I'm going to talk a little bit here about how I feel that I can best leverage that experience now that I'm the IBWC commissioner. Transboundary work is hard. And one of the things that I've learned when I was at the BEC, that the science piece and the technical piece seems to always work well and has a nice blueprint as to how you move forward. In the case of actual transboundary work, where I've noticed that there's been challenges is in the legal frameworks. How do you get beyond just talking science? How do you get beyond just talking technical arrangements, modeling? There's a lot of good science and work that's being done cross-border, but the challenge is, how do we get to that collaboration that goes to the legal framework? My experience my experience at the BEC was that I worked in 100 communities and implemented $9 billion worth of infrastructure. And successful projects always had very good project sponsors, which in this case tend to be communities in terms of transboundary aquifers. And what I see in this conference is that you've got a combination of academia and practitioners, which is very, very good. And I looked at the agenda, and the agenda has such a complete topics, things that are being done in each of the states. I challenge this group that as each state is speaking about the work that they're doing, how do you break it out of those silos? How do you break it out of just, this is what I'm doing in my state, this is what I'm doing in my topic? How do we do that? And I'm hoping, and I challenge, Sam and Alfredo to this. I'm hoping from this, a white paper, policy paper can come out of this. That will be the most important tool for me as IBWC commissioner that I can use to take it to the next step. The recommendations that come from academia, the recommendations that come from practitioners, the recommendations that come from a binational group is the strongest tool that we can use for advocacy. I really I'm proud of the work that the two of you are doing, and the little piece that I can put in it, because water diplomacy, science diplomacy, bringing research scientists together, modelers, all of that is how we can set the foundation for the next step. One of the things that caught my attention was Dr. Cifuentes talked about was how the basis of collaboration is science. And that's one of the things that is definitely very well documented in the agenda. And the other thing that I felt very strong, or I was very moved by, was CONAGUA's position that they have this roadmap and how they want to use the 𝗖𝗏 to use that bilateral cooperation. The Commissioner Reséndez and I have already had a very intense meeting, positive intense, as far as what we want to achieve with this and the outcomes that we're looking towards achieving. And there are two commonalities that we really talked about, and that was, being able to measure our outcomes and being able to listen to our stakeholders as far as identifying where the needs lie. And one of them that is really, really evident to us is having resilient infrastructure. But also is this transboundary opportunity for collaboration in groundwater, because water just doesn't stop at just surface water. Water is something that goes beyond just that. The other thing that I'd like to also bring up is that one of the tools that we as 𝗖𝗏 and IBWC have is the minute process. And I've learned a lot about the minute process over the year and the value that it has, and bringing collaboration with the two federal governments and bringing together a framework. What I'm not as familiar with, and it doesn't mean we haven't done it, is groundwater in Mexico is very federally driven, but in the United States it is not. And so how do we bridge that? How do we use that tool? And these are things that I'm hoping will come out of a white paper. How do we use that tool of the minute process to fold in the differences of the states? And I think a great place to start is to start with this area, right? The New Mexico, El Paso, Ciudad Juárez, where you have 3 states and 2 nations coming together to talk about their challenges that they have. So I don't have a lot to offer in terms of what I feel we can do, because I'm putting the burden on you as the conference sees, as having the practitioners and the scientists together. And as a recent PhD grad, I have come to appreciate how those 2 areas can work in silos, but in this conference, I'm seeing that they're working together, and that's a huge bridge to come together. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay for the entire 3 days, but I leave you in good hands with Gilbert Anaya and Xochitl Aranda from the IBWC. And I'm fully expecting that at the end, they will brief me on conclusions that will bring this all together so that I can advocate for the region. And with that, I conclude my comments. Thank you, Sam, and thank you, Alfredo, for inviting me. And I look forward to the next steps of this. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Maria-Elena. Excelentes comentarios y muy motivantes para el reto que nos pones a Sam y a un servidor. Claro que sí, vamos a entregarte una propuesta próximamente cuando se cierren los meses de trabajo. Seguramente vas a encontrar cosas muy interesantes porque hay expertos de muy alto nivel en las diferentes mesas de trabajo. Gracias por tu participación, Maria-Elena.
Commissioner, we will work on that. We will accept your challenge and work on that white paper. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, comisionada, de nuevo, muy agradecidos por su participación en este importante evento. Bueno, en aras de beneficiar el tiempo de la sesión, vamos a pasar a la participación del ingeniero Manuel Morales. Manuel Morales es un egresado de la Universidad Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez en la carrera de Ingeniería Civil. Tiene ya varios años en la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas de México. Es jefe del Departamento de Calidad del Agua y viene en representación de la comisionada Reséndez a hacer la participación de la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas. Manuel, por favor, adelante con su exposición. Gracias por la participación.
Gracias, doctor. Gracias. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es ingeniero Manuel Morales. Soy el subdirector de Saneamiento y Calidad del Agua de la Sección Mexicana de SILA. Es un gusto estar aquí con todos ustedes. En representación de la Sección Mexicana de la SILA, primero que nada quisiera externarles nuestro agradecimiento a los organizadores por la invitación para participar en este importante evento y comentarles que esta comisión tiene interés de seguir apoyando los esfuerzos como este en particular, que están encaminados a mejorar e incrementar el conocimiento científico de los acuíferos compartidos en la frontera entre México y los Estados Unidos. Como parte de estos esfuerzos, les comento que en los últimos años, en el marco de las islas, se han desarrollado estudios conjuntos e intercambio de información sobre algunos acuíferos de interés común, como lo son los acuíferos de aquí de esta región de Juárez El Paso, conocidos como conejos médanos o la mesilla, y el bolsón del Hueco, o en México conocido como el acuífero del Valle de Juárez. También se han desarrollado estudios de los acuíferos de los ríos San Pedro y Santo Cruz, de los estados de Sonora y Arizona. Dichos proyectos se han construido conjuntamente desde sus bases y alcances, lo que los hace esfuerzos verdaderamente binacionales y de beneficio para los países y sus comunidades. Asimismo, actualmente, en las islas se trabaja en conjunto con un grupo de científicos e investigadores de ambos países, de instituciones como la CONAGUA, el USGS y las universidades de Sonora y Arizona, en el desarrollo de un estudio geodrológico sobre los acuíferos del río Santa Cruz y del arroyo Nogales, el cual se tiene la meta de concluir y publicar en los dos idiomas, español e inglés, antes de que finalice este año 2021. Por supuesto que cuando esto ocurra, estaremos muy contentos de compartirlo con todos ustedes, este informe binacional. Por otra parte, la sección mexicana de la SILA, como bien lo comentaba el compañero de la CONAGUA, acabamos de concluir una evaluación detallada de las condiciones de los sistemas de alcantarillado y saneamiento de las principales comunidades mexicanas de la frontera norte del país. Esta evaluación incluyó a las comunidades de Tijuana, Mexicali, Nogales, Ciudad Juárez, Acuña, Piedras Negras, Reynosa, Matamoros, en fin, desde toda la frontera, tanto terrestre como fluvial, se incluyó en esta evaluación. En esta evaluación pues se han identificado una serie de obras y proyectos para atender la necesidad de saneamiento tanto en el corto plazo, mediano, largo plazo y las posibles fuentes de financiamiento para llevar a cabo estos proyectos y obras. Con el objetivo primordial, este estudio es de preservar el medio ambiente en la frontera y eliminar los derrames transfronterizos y las descargas de aguas residuales hacia los cuerpos de aguas internacionales. En la SILA y de conformidad con los mandatos establecidos en el Tratado de Aguas Internacionales de 1944 y en las actas de la Comisión, que son más de 325 actas, continuaremos trabajando y apoyando a los diversos grupos de la frontera que busquen colaborar conjuntamente en los temas y proyectos hídricos de interés para ambos países y sus desafíos, los cuales pues cada día crecen más. La nueva comisionada mexicana, Adriana Reséndez, les envía un cordial saludo y muchas felicitaciones por la realización de este importante evento. Y en la sección mexicana de la SILA, pues estamos a sus órdenes. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Manuel. Muchas gracias por su participación. Un saludo afectuoso a la comisionada Adriana Reséndez, por favor. Igual infórmenle, por favor, que le estaremos dando la síntesis del resumen en contraparte para lo que la comisionada Giner irá a recibir también. Gracias por la participación. Bueno, es para mí un honor presentar al doctor Oscar Ibáñez, mi amigo y colega universitario. En esta ocasión, pues con el agradecimiento, doctor Ibáñez, de que esté usted atendiendo nuestra invitación. El doctor Ibáñez es profesor investigador, nacido en Ciudad Juárez, Chihuahua, con más de 35 años de experiencia como consultor en geotecnia, ingeniería ambiental y políticas públicas en México, Estados Unidos y Canadá. Más de 20 años como profesor universitario y más de 16 años de experiencia en la administración pública en el ámbito municipal en Ciudad Juárez como director de planeación de administración pública y de diciembre del 92 a octubre del 95. Fue director también de Desarrollo Urbano y Ecología de octubre del 95 al 98 y secretario técnico del municipio de Juárez de agosto del 2002 a octubre del 2004. Fue secretario también del Consejo Directivo de la Junta Municipal de Agua de Ciudad Juárez de septiembre del 2002 al 2004. De igual manera ha tenido bajo su cargo diversas responsabilidades del sector público dentro del ámbito estatal y federal en lo correspondiente a temas de agua, planeación, desarrollo urbano, ecología, cooperación binacional y coordinación institucional, incluyendo el de coordinador de asesores del director general de la CONAGUA. Recientemente se desempeñó como director ejecutivo de la Junta Central de Agua y Saneamiento del Estado de Chihuahua y actualmente es el presidente del Consejo de Administración del mismo organismo. En septiembre de este año fue nombrado como representante de la gobernadora del Estado de Chihuahua en Ciudad Juárez. Cuenta con un doctorado en políticas ambientales de la Universidad Estatal de Colorado y una maestría en Ingeniería Ambiental de la Universidad Estatal de Texas en El Paso. Óscar, muchas gracias por aceptar nuestra invitación. Es un honor tenerte con nosotros y bienvenido. Adelante, el micrófono es tuyo.
Muchas gracias y buenos días a todos los participantes de este importante evento. La verdad es de que es muy refrescante el participar en este tipo de reuniones que nos permiten compartir y actualizar el conocimiento binacional en temas que pues están en la raíz de todo lo que podemos hacer en la región. Me da mucho gusto ver a varios colegas conocidos aquí, por supuesto Maria-Elena Giner, la comisionada del IBWC, Manuel Morales en representación de la ingeniero Reséndez, y por supuesto todos los demás amigos que están ahorita observando este evento. Yo quisiera reflexionar, aunque sea brevemente, de algo que para mí es muy importante como para darle contexto a lo que vamos a estar revisando por varios de los expositores durante este evento. Hay una reflexión científica que lleva ya muchos años. Pues recuerden cuando se empezó a hablar de la revolución científica, ¿no? Con los primeros investigadores allá en los siglos XVII, XVIII, que se fue consolidando propiamente la investigación científica. Y luego ya más recientemente, pues como en filosofía de las ciencias ya el siglo pasado, pues hubo algunas reflexiones sobre este tema de los paradigmas del conocimiento que a veces nos marcan de una manera que no nos permiten avanzar en el conocimiento de la realidad de la mejor manera como quisiéramos, a veces los que nos dedicamos a este tema de las ciencias. Voy a poner un ejemplo muy breve. Creo que en tiempos ya de los griegos se empezaba a discutir o a cuestionar el tema de que la tierra fuera plana y se empezaba a especular sobre este concepto de la tierra como una esfera, como un cuerpo redondo, esférico. Y luego, por supuesto, pues todas estas diferentes perspectivas de que si el Sol giraba alrededor de la Tierra, que si la Tierra giraba alrededor del Sol, en fin. Pero fíjense que pasó muchísimo tiempo, y cuando hablo de muchísimo tiempo estoy hablando de siglos, para que finalmente se fuera consolidando la perspectiva científica y la aceptación científica del concepto de la Tierra redonda. Insisto, conceptualmente tenía muchos años discutiéndose esa perspectiva, pero en la realidad aceptada, en el paradigma que aceptaba la sociedad, la Tierra era plana. Vinieron los primeros navegantes allá en el siglo XV, bueno, pues Colón, por supuesto, y Magallanes y todos los demás, que hicieron estas epopeyas que ayudaron a la ciencia en términos de probar las teorías. Acuérdense que todavía eran teorías. Y entonces estos navegantes, basados en esas teorías, sin una evidencia cierta, pues empezaron a navegar, a tratar de darle vuelta a la Tierra a través de los océanos y probar que efectivamente pues, era esférico. Esto estaba sucediendo apenas hace 500 años. Y luego todavía pasó un tiempo donde a pesar de ya ese conocimiento, pues había muchas cosas que no se explicaban. Bueno, ¿cómo era posible entonces que un barco surcara la mar y luego cuando va para la parte de abajo de la esfera no se caiga, ¿verdad? Y viene luego después los primeros científicos, Galileo, y luego cuando se define el tema de la ley de la gravedad, pues entonces se empiezan a explicar, bueno, pues es que el centro de la Tierra y entonces la gravedad funciona aun cuando estás en la parte baja de la esfera, en fin, ¿no? Y empieza a tomar cuerpo esta idea ok, ya nos sentimos un poquito más cómodos con la definición de la esfera. Sin embargo, yo me atrevo a decir que no fue hasta que tuvimos nuestros primeros viajes espaciales, cuando finalmente el hombre fue capaz de llegar a la luna, cuando tuvimos las primeras fotografías e imágenes de nuestro planeta, vistas desde el exterior con las primeras misiones espaciales, cuando el ser humano realmente se pudo dar cuenta de lo limitado de nuestro planeta. Yo creo que fue hasta entonces cuando empezamos a caernos en cuenta, pero ahora sí toda la sociedad. Y aquí es donde es importante esto de los paradigmas. Los científicos tenían por lo menos un milenio discutiendo este concepto. Después, con evidencia, se fueron probando algunas teorías, se fue generando cada vez más evidencia hasta que, ok, la Tierra es redonda, pero no solo es redonda, es parte de un sistema mucho más amplio y además es limitada. La podemos ver chiquita desde el exterior, ¿no? Y entonces coincide esto con el movimiento ambientalista, con todos los problemas que se estaban generando a finales de los 60. Acuérdense los grandes problemas que tuvimos de contaminación, de muerte de pájaros, de aquella literatura de Rachel Carson sobre la primavera silenciosa, todos los temas que tuvimos de aquel incendio en el Chattanooga, cuando tuvimos el río que se quemaba, ¿verdad? Que estaba puesto en llamas por todos los desperdicios que iban flotando en el río. Una década después, los accidentes estos de los lixiviados que provocaron enfermedades. Y nos damos cuenta de que este mundo en el que vivimos está interconectado de muchas maneras. Y que el agua, el aire, el suelo, estas matrices que tenemos en el planeta, todas están interconectadas y todas afectan unas a otras de muchas maneras. ¿A qué voy con esta pequeña reflexión? A veces el conocimiento científico está ahí. En foros como estos podemos discutir cómo se ven los procesos de calentamiento global en la Tierra, cómo se ven los procesos de cambio climático, cómo se ven las expectativas de calidad del agua para el futuro, cómo se está viendo la tendencia de reducción de precipitaciones o del snowpack en las montañas de Colorado, que son las que nos traen agua al río Colorado o al río Bravo y que son las que bañan toda esta región. ¿Qué está pasando con los acuíferos, el del Hueco, el del Bolsón, el de Tula Rusa, el de Mesilla, el Conejos Médanos, si lo vemos desde esta perspectiva? ¿Cómo va la calidad del agua? Todos estos conocimientos científicos que poco a poco vamos poniendo juntos, que vamos interpretando y que nos van ayudando a comprender la realidad, lamentablemente no se convierten en conocimiento paradigmático. Se quedan en un círculo muy limitado de la discusión científica, todavía de la especulación de qué es lo que va a pasar. Y ya tenemos y hemos tenido eventos y en este mismo evento se van a compartir datos muy importantes sobre modelación, qué nos espera en los próximos 30 años, 50 años, 60 años, en la interacción de la demanda urbana y la demanda agrícola para esta región y para otras regiones fronterizas. Cómo va la calidad del agua para un uso o para otro, cómo se está dando la gestión entre los organismos binacionales como el 𝗖𝗏, IBWC, o como otros organismos también binacionales financieros que están invirtiendo en infraestructura y en ver el futuro del desarrollo de esta región. Y Y a lo mejor el común de la gente, el común de la sociedad, todavía vivimos con el paradigma de que el agua no se nos va a acabar, de que le abrimos a la llave y sale el agua, de que no hay mucho problema con la calidad del agua. Al fin, podemos comprarla en botellitas de plástico en la tienda de la esquina. Y no nos damos cuenta de que estos procesos que está viviendo el planeta y los acomodos geopolíticos que se están dando y que afectan nuestra economía y nuestra manera de cómo funciona la frontera, están en proceso. Y que por ser procesos muy largos, que toman mucho tiempo, en este mundo que está acostumbrado a la información instantánea y al bombardeo de información que va cambiando en momento a momento, no nos permite tener esta perspectiva de los grandes cambios que se están dando paulatinamente y que nos llevan a una manera de vivir, de compartir los recursos, de administrar los recursos, de gestionarlos, que deberíamos de ser mucho más eficientes y mucho más proactivos. Quizá mi reflexión que comparto en este momento, pues, vaya en ese sentido. ¿Cómo le hacemos para que estos encuentros, estas pláticas muy importantes que tenemos, donde compartimos lo último que tenemos en ciencia, en documentación, en datos, lo hagamos llegar a la mayor cantidad de gente posible, a lo mejor con imágenes, con metáforas, que son las que finalmente hacen que se den los cambios paradigmáticos de pensamiento? Y entonces, ¿cómo logramos que la sociedad se dé cuenta de la importancia de la gestión del agua, de la importancia de la cooperación binacional, de la importancia de ver un poquito más allá de nuestro entorno y ver qué está sucediendo en el mundo, en la geopolítica, en la economía, en el manejo de los recursos, en tecnologías que estamos utilizando ahora para mejorar la gestión del agua, tecnologías basadas en la naturaleza, que nuestra propia ingeniería debe de cambiar y voltear mucho más a ese entorno natural para lograr mayor armonía con todo el funcionamiento del planeta, con el funcionamiento de la economía, con los intercambios que se dan en las fronteras. Esas grandes tendencias a las que estamos expuestos, y particularmente en las fronteras, la movilización migratoria, los arreglos institucionales que se dan de intercambio en las fronteras, la cooperación de cuencas transfronterizas que comparten recursos entre varios países con regímenes legales distintos. Esta complejidad y estas grandes tendencias que se nos presentan en procesos de largo plazo, necesitamos aprender a comunicarlas de manera sencilla para que todo el mundo se siente involucrado y empiece a hacer cosas que nos permitan mejorar el uso, administración de los recursos de una manera mucho más sustentable. Eso es lo que yo tengo para compartir. Créanme que estuve pensando mucho por ver la riqueza de las exposiciones que va a haber, la calidad de los expositores, que ojalá y no nos quedemos, como a veces nos sucede, en un diálogo entre nosotros. Que tratemos de que esta información, este conocimiento, lo podamos compartir de una manera mucho más amplia, mucho más sencilla, mucho más empática para la mayor cantidad de gente posible. Muchísimas gracias y muchas felicidades por este evento. Yo realmente deseo que sea un éxito y que nos sirva para seguir avanzando en una mejor gestión del recurso en nuestra frontera y en el planeta, que necesariamente estamos intercomunicados. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Oscar. Sin duda una reflexión muy, muy interesante. Sin desperdicio, como siempre, te agradecemos tu exposición. Estamos ahora sí que plácemes por tu nombramiento o designación de puesto ante la representación del gobierno del Estado, en función de que nos servirá mucho esa interacción entre tu expertise y tu experiencia en el tema y la información que se puede llegar a altos niveles de gobierno del Estado. Eso es muy bueno para Ciudad Juárez y para la región binacional en general. Muchas gracias por tu participación, Oscar, y estaríamos pendientes en la siguiente exposición que te toca el siguiente día del taller.
Muchas gracias.
De la conferencia.
Mucho
Muchas
gusto.
gracias, Oscar. Sam, would you like to present Dr. Dalton, please?
Absolutely. So, Mindy, are you out there?
I am here, Sam.
Excellent. So I really like your bio. It has some dogs in it. Mindy is now the program coordinator for the USGS Water Availability and Use Science Program. And that is a big deal. There's maybe, what, 5 programs in total?
There are 4, yes.
4 programs in total, and Mindy's director of one of them at the U.S. Geological Survey for water. So we're extremely happy that you're able to come here today. And of course, one of her projects includes the part of the USGS that helps support the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program. So that's very important. I should say, and in her bio, she also works on the National Water Census, in which the USGS works with partners and stakeholders to improve understanding of increasing demand and competition for limited water, and to ensure water for human and ecological needs. And she began her career as a hydrologist at the Georgia Water Science Center and still resides in Atlanta, Georgia with her husband, son, and 2 dogs. So Mindy, take it away.
Thanks, Sam. And morning, everybody. I hope you're all having a good day so far. I'd like to thank the conference organizers for working hard to pull together this conference virtually. I know we all like to be together in person, but until we can do that again safely, I'm happy that we're able to meet to discuss all the amazing science that's taking place in support of improving our understanding of water availability. I also want to say a special thank you to Anne-Marie Mathern. She is the USGS project manager for the TAP project. And she actually was kind enough to pull together most of the information for this presentation. And she really is the go-to for all your questions related to the TAP. You'll be able to find both of our contact information on the final slide. Please let us know if there's anything we can help with after today. I'm really looking forward to participating in this week's meetings as much as I can, and want to spend a few minutes today providing an overview of the TAP project and the work to date, as well as some future plans and how this binational work helps to support broader USGS goals in terms of improving the data, tools, and information that we can produce in support of improved water resource planning and management. There we go. Why is it important to understand water availability along the US-Mexico border region? Pretty simply, there are a lot of people and resources critical to a thriving economy along the border. The US-Mexico border is home to over 7 million people and supports a diverse range of industries, including agriculture, ranching, mining, and manufacturing. From the US perspective, Mexico is the 3rd largest trading partner with an estimated $1.5 billion per day in bilateral trade. Annually, agriculture worth billions of dollars is transported across the border in both directions, and the region includes the Center for Copper Mining in both countries and is a major manufacturing hub as well. Groundwater is a limiting resource in the region. Without groundwater, the border economy would face major obstacles, including crop failure and water shortages in cities and towns border-wide. Aquifers serve major population and industrial centers across the international border. In Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, groundwater use ranges from 40 to 50% of total water use, but groundwater resources are declining. In some areas, groundwater is the primary or sole source of water for industry and public water supply. Groundwater quality is becoming a driver of water availability in the region. Saline water and water polluted with agricultural and industrial chemicals, including metals, occur at locations along the border region. Saline water requires treatment before consumption and before use in some industrial processes, and it can also make soils unfit for agriculture. Some of the chemicals and metals that are found in groundwater along the border region are found in levels that can impact human health. In terms of environmental and ecosystem health, normal flows in undammed river comes from groundwater, or what we call base flow. Some ecosystems and endangered species are disappearing as rivers dry up because of lowering groundwater levels, and some river reaches have already gone dry. There is, in addition, some loss of recreational uses of rivers and riparian corridors that can impact quality of life and population centers as well as tourism. There are several challenges that have been identified as part of the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program. These include limitations of available information and data sharing. For example, accurate estimates of groundwater recharge in these binational aquifers, and available evaluations of groundwater storage decline. Is what we're seeing in terms of groundwater storage decline sustainable, or is this something that, that we need to be managing for and concerned about? As well as an unknown extent of contamination or saline water intrusion. There are a number of evolving binational agreements that have influence over these transboundary groundwater management. And there are two sets of institutions or protocols and cultures and languages in terms of water management. Water in Mexico is a federal issue, while water in the US is largely a state level issue. And that can oftentimes provide some difficulties. So in 2009, there was a joint report released that identified 4 objectives for groundwater research to improve the knowledge base of the transboundary aquifers between the US and Mexico, and to help address knowledge gaps and limitations for successful groundwater management. Those objectives included facilitation of data exchange, facilitation on agreement about what aquifers to evaluate, establishment and coordination of binational technical advisory committees for each aquifer, and establishment of an official repository for project reports developed under the program. In the US in 2006, the TAP was authorized, and it identified 4 designated priority aquifers: the Santa Cruz, San Pedro, 𝗁𝗔𝗌 Conejos, and Hueco-Bosón. In New Mexico and Texas, the authorizing language allowed for expansion to other aquifers, but it did not allow that in Arizona. The 2009 joint report does not set limits on which aquifers can be studied. California and the Colorado Basin aren't included because of other ongoing negotiations at the time that the TAP was established. So the goals of the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program that came out of this 2009 joint report included developing binational information and shared databases on groundwater quantity and quality, identifying and delineating transboundary aquifers of importance, developing binational criteria for determination of these priority aquifers, assessing the extent, availability, and movement of water and interaction with surface water in these aquifers, developing and improving groundwater flow information, analyzing trends in groundwater quality, applying new data, models, and information to evaluate strategies to protect water quality and enhance supplies, and finally, provide useful information to decision makers, including assessments of groundwater management institutions and policies. So in response to that, as part of what we call the TAP project, there's a big picture on what these investigations should include. And that's utilizing this binational agreement and protocols and science teams to guide the study of our transboundary aquifers, identifying the information needs, and these include questions developed through meetings with stakeholders on both sides of the border. And that includes information needs, historical information needs, such as what do we know about changes through time in groundwater quantity and quality, information needs from the current time frame, a quantification of recharge, contamination, and storage as an example, as well as some prediction of future impacts on further groundwater development. Big picture also includes making that information readily available to decision makers and water managers, as well as the public, which we've heard a number of speakers remark on today. So that's the big picture, but how do we get this done? How do we actually implement these binational studies? First is engaging with technical experts in both countries to discuss the data needs and areas of interest. Use binational technical working groups to establish shared concerns and goals and development of shared work plans. Coordinate with other federal, state, local, university, and private activities looking to understand water availability along the border. And use the best available science to address the questions posed in terms of hydrology, geology, geophysics, chemistry, and social science. So where is the work? Where will it be taking place? As I mentioned, there were 4 priority aquifers identified and agreed upon for the initial study. These 4 aquifers were chosen because of their significance in supporting population centers, agriculture, mining, international trade, manufacture, and/or their environmental value. The first 2 aquifers are the San Pedro and Santa Cruz. The Santa Cruz aquifer region is a binational trade hub that supports regional tourism as well as manufacturing and a major port of entry. Its impaired and contaminated surface and groundwater resources have been documented. And because of this and the potential resulting economic and environmental impacts, there is a long-term need to establish sustainable management of the aquifer for the benefit of both Mexico and the US. The aquifer also has a high ecological value because it sustains the Santa Cruz River and associated aquatic and riparian ecosystems. As a result of heavy reliance on groundwater, the portion of the aquifer east and north of Nogales was designated the Santa Cruz Active Management Area by the state of Arizona, meaning that groundwater use in this area is more strictly monitored and regulated than in other parts of the state. The San Pedro aquifer area includes the Cᴏ∰ copper mine, one of the world's largest, and the San Pedro River, which is one of the most studied basins in the region. In part because its groundwater-dependent river corridor supports one of the highest diversities of mammals in the United States, and is one of the major North American flyways for migratory birds with over 350 species identified to date. The river corridor also supports the globally imperiled North American warm desert riparian ecosystem. And as part of a joint effort between the USGS, IBWC, CONAGUA, and the universities of Sonora and Arizona, previous studies include topics that range from geophysics and hydrology to biology and ecosystem services. Water resources are needed to sustain the river, existing communities, and continued development. In 2016, there was a binational study of the Transboundary San Pedro Aquifer Report published. This is a milestone output for the TAP project. Both countries contributed significant knowledge and data on climate, geology, soils, land cover, land use, and hydrology. The study was compiled and created a database of scientific information and identified data gaps and information to be updated in subsequent phases. In 2006, during the TAP project initiation, after its initial authorization in the US, USGS, New Mexico, and Texas Water Science Centers jointly decided to focus first on the 𝗪𝗂 aquifer system. There are a number of scientific publications that have resulted from these efforts. Little new work was done in the 𝗪𝗂. In an effort to expand and build off of these studies, we are currently working to establish technical working groups for the 𝗪𝗂 and the 𝗪𝗂. In 2018, meetings of intent were established to establish a desire to work together in both of these aquifers, and further meetings have resulted in an agreement for data exchange. The conjunctive use of water in the 𝗪𝗂 Basin takes place under a myriad of legal constraints, including the Rio Grande Compact, an international treaty between the US and Mexico, and a federal water project. Declining water levels, deteriorating water quality, and increasing use of water resources by municipal, industrial, and agricultural water users on both sides of the border have raised concerns about the long-term availability of groundwater and surface water supplies in the region. The ʍʌco-Bolsón aquifer spans a total area. There we go. The ʍʌco-Bolsón aquifer spans a total area of approximately 6,500 square kilometers that includes portions of New Mexico and Texas in the US and Chihuahua in Mexico. Drillers have known that the ʍʌco-Bolsón was a good source of water since the late 1800s, and it has since become the main source of fresh groundwater for municipal, military, and industrial use in the transboundary region near El Paso. Water demand due to population growth has caused groundwater depletion in the aquifer, leading to intrusion of brackish water. In some cases, production wells have been abandoned due to deteriorating water quality. Groundwater management in the area is centered on these interrelated issues of declining groundwater levels and brackish groundwater intrusion. So how do we get the answers that we still need? First, we really need to identify consistent standards for prioritizing transboundary resource assessments. We need to establish binational technical working groups for the 𝗍𝗀ᴅᴄᴅ and ʍʌco-Bolsón aquifers. These groups already exist for the San Pedro and Santa Cruz aquifers and are used to identify scientific priorities and outline strategies to better understand drivers of water availability in the aquifer regions. These working groups will provide critical information for additional 5-year plan development in each aquifer. We need to then establish priorities and goals for modeling in these binational aquifers and develop baseline information for all aquifers in the study area as a starting point. Over the next year, the TAP project team, including binational partners and the Water Resource Research Institutes, will work together to develop new 5-year plans for achieving the goals of TAP that take advantage of new USGS priorities and tool development. These priorities can be categorized into the components shown here. We need to observe to provide society the information it needs regarding the amount and quality of water in all components of the water cycle at high temporal and spatial resolution nationally. We need to advance the understanding of processes that determine water availability. We need to predict future changes in the amount and quality of water in response to changing climate, population, land use, and water management. And finally, we need to deliver timely hydrologic data analysis and tools seamlessly across the nation to support stakeholder decisions. To accomplish these goals, the USGS Water Mission Area has established 4 core integrated science initiatives shown here to advance the way in which we observe, predict, assess, and deliver water resource information through what we are referring to as integrated water science. The objective of our integrated water science initiatives is to improve water availability assessments through targeted higher density data collection and research that support improved assessments and predictions. Activities will be accomplished primarily through 4 programs: the Next Generation Water Observing System, Integrated Water Prediction, Integrated Water Availability Assessments, and delivery of our data through the National Water Information System. Each of these integrated priority science initiatives will have national and targeted regional activities. TAP efforts are most closely aligned with our integrated water availability assessments and integrated water prediction. IWAS, what we also our shorthand for integrated water availability assessments, will evaluate water availability in terms of the spatial and temporal distribution of water quantity and quality in both surface and groundwater, as related to human and ecosystems needs and as affected by human and natural influences. Integrated Water Prediction, or IWP, builds a powerful set of modeling tools to predict the amount and quality of surface and groundwater now and into the future for use by internal and external partners. We look to capitalize on existing investments to share modeling and research capabilities across organizations, consolidate disparate efforts across agencies to increase efficiencies, reduce duplication, increase interoperability, and accelerate scientific productivity, and incorporate the best science and design principles to collectively increase predictive skill and reduce model uncertainty. Much of what has been done as part of the TAP to date is closely aligned with these priorities, and future work in the TAP will benefit from advances in capacity. In addition, data collected and capacity developed in the TAP will support national efforts by refining our understanding of groundwater surface water interactions driven by demand and use. Finally, I'd like to highlight a series of publications that are being released as part of a special issue of the Journal of Water on advances in transboundary aquifer assessments. The issue will include contributions summarizing the work of TAP partners over the last 5 years. Of 17 total papers in this special issue, we expect 14 papers from the TAP. Of those 17 papers, 7 papers have been published to date. There are an additional 7 in review, and 3 more are to be submitted any day now. A summary will be written jointly by Sharon Megdal and Anne-Marie Mathern, and the transboundary special issue will be compiled into a hard copy and published as a unit. Thank you for all your time this morning. As I mentioned earlier, a special thanks to Anne-Marie for all her help compiling the slides and info I shared today. If you'd like more info about USGS water availability activities generally, I encourage you to reach out to me. But if you really want the best info on the TAP, its history and current activities and plans, I encourage you to reach out to Anne-Marie. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mindy. Would you be willing to take a question from the audience?
Sure.
Does anybody have a question for Mindy?
I have a question, Sam. This is Joshua Rosenblatt, Las Cruces, New Mexico. Yes, Mindy, I've always appreciated the USGS, the quality of their work and their fundamental stance on just pure science as a resource. I've used it throughout my career. And I thank you for all the good efforts of you and the agency you represent. In the integration that you're talking about and its necessity, estuaries and surface water are brackish and are probably key to a lot of life and probably some of the most protected and invested in resources. As we look at the arid Southwest and the borders between the United States and Mexico, we are largely in semi-arid, arid lands along this transboundary region. And a vast amount of our groundwater is, in fact, brackish. And so I would hope that, and you mentioned that people are abandoning wells because of poor water quality, when in fact it is brackish, that we look closely, as I've done for years, in the opportunities that brackish water offers the region, but it's simply non-traditional crops. As our oceans and estuaries on the surface get more polluted and competed for in terms of fisheries, there is vast opportunity in this region for aquaculture development of brackish species. So, and therein the policies surrounding groundwater in New Mexico, surrounding water quality versus a water right, to have the right to access brackish water if a place is closed.
Sir,
if
would
a
you
ball
mind
field
getting
closed.
to your question? Because the idea is to really take advantage of our speaker's expertise.
Yes, thank you. So I would just say that I'm looking forward to the inclusion in that. So the question is, are you integrating the brackish water as a source of water quality and not necessarily a poor source, its classification as bad quality water?
I think as part of our assessments, we'll look at the system as a whole, and it really is driven by demand, current demand, and there could also be inclusion of some projections of future demand. But I would really leave that up to these technical working groups to identify what the priorities are in each aquifer region and develop a plan to address those priorities. And I anticipate there to be subsequent planning activities, to address as priorities change those future priorities. So it's certainly not off of the table, but I would hesitate to put any restriction on those technical working groups as they're working through their planning and discussion of issues.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mindy. We really appreciate you coming here, and we hope that we can inform your institution, the USGS, as this program moves forward with some of the content we have at this conference.
Absolutely, Sam. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
So I think right now we actually have a few minutes and we will take an impromptu break because am I correct in Mark that our next session starts at 11:35?
Yes, that is correct. We'll be back with the Transboundary Groundwater Resiliency Research session at that time.
So if I could suggest that everybody comes back at 10:33, and then that gives us, it looks like 7 minutes to take a quick break and then be ready to go at 10:33. So we are now taking a quick break. Okay, is everybody back? I think I see the participants. So I'm going to start with an introduction of Christine Kirkpatrick. Christine oversees the San Diego Supercomputer Center's Research Data Services Division, which manages infrastructure, networking, and services for research projects of regional and national scope. She founded the US Go Fair office at San Diego Supercomputer Center, which actually had a great role in moving forward fair data standards for the New Mexico Water Data Act. So that sort of came close to home. She's a principal investigator of the West Big Data Innovation Hub, the Open Storage Network. She's PI of the EarthCube office, which is ECO, and co-PI on the new ExcelNet award that you'll hear about transboundary groundwater research. She serves on the technical advisory board for Research Data Alliance, the external advisory board for the European Open Science Cloud, Nordic, and the National Academies of Sciences U.S. National Committee for the Committee on Data, CO Data. So I just like reading that because it's so great to hear everything that you're up to, Christine.
Thanks so much, Sam. Yes, so I'm honored to be here today and honored to be part of this group working on, I can't think of anything more topical than resiliency with groundwater. And this is a long time coming that we wish we could be together in person, and we will be again. With that, I'd like to hand it back to Dr. Sam Fernald, who will kick us off.
Thanks, Christine. I have 1 minute. I timed it. So good morning again, everybody. I would like to take that minute to give a high-level snapshot of the importance and excitement of this topic for me. I'm the PI on a newly funded NSF project that seeks to build a network of networks involved in research to make transboundary groundwater more resilient. One of our team's fundamental beliefs is that we need to equally include human and natural systems to understand and manage transboundary groundwater. Our de facto logo links hydrology, system science, data science, and social science. We feel that with exciting new modeling and data techniques, we can bring together research on hydrology and society to make an important contribution to transboundary groundwater science. There are so many experts here at this meeting with a wealth of knowledge and experience. We hope to bring together their breadth of understanding in an integrated system approach to groundwater resilience. The challenges are great, but the potential benefit is huge for improved water resilience in our region. Back to you, Christine.
Thank you so much, Sam, and completely agree with all of that. Now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Ashley Page Atkins.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Sam. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to provide introductory context about the new Transboundary Groundwater Resiliency Research Network, and going forward, I'll refer to it as the TGRR network. So this network, as Sam mentioned, is funded through the National Science Foundation's Accelerating Research through International Network to Network Collaborations program. The TGRR network of network prioritizes, in line with AccelNet's goals, both accelerating the process of scientific discovery for transboundary groundwater research, as well as preparing the next generation of researchers that will lead the future of this international work. Going now into some of the background that shaped the idea for this network of networks. As this audience is well aware, unprecedented transboundary groundwater depletion is a critical issue not just for our US-Mexico border region, but for regions around the world. So understanding why transboundary groundwater depletion occurs, how it can be changed within these complex and interconnected systems, and how decisions and policies can avoid unintended consequences and meet their intended outcomes is key to reversing or avoiding altogether the depletion of these important resources. This project is rooted in the idea that harnessing advances in data science and system science can help answer these questions in ways that have not been previously possible, and also in ways that meet the diverse needs and priorities of stakeholders. Later in the session, you'll hear more about the unique capabilities of system science and data science and why they're well suited for this work. There are three primary objectives that the network aims to achieve. First, these efforts will catalyze transboundary groundwater resiliency research to address transboundary groundwater scarcity. Second, the network of networks will together identify the capabilities of this convergence approach and determine key questions and fill critical gaps in knowledge and resources. And third, this network will support the development of students and early career researchers who are going to be leading the future of transboundary groundwater resiliency research. So why a network approach for this effort? As this audience knows, transboundary groundwater scarcity is an incredibly complex issue, and it can't be solved by one group or one individual. So establishing the foundation for transboundary groundwater resiliency research must be a collective effort that acknowledges existing work and stakeholder priorities. There have been decades of important research and work in this region that many of you have been deeply involved in, and this knowledge and insight is critical. The TGRR network will connect existing networks so that we can take what we as researchers or stakeholders or community members know and need and harness the capabilities of systems and data science to advance water research in a way that can meet those needs. The network is not just limited to the US-Mexico border region, and we hope throughout the course of the project to meaningfully leverage the strengths of networks throughout the world to improve exchange and outcomes for everyone involved. On the slide, I've listed some of the initial networks that are part of the TGRR network. And later in this session, you'll actually hear from Dr. Rosario Sanchez of the Permanent Forum of Binational Waters. And we hope that you'll all consider joining the TGRR network and spreading the word about it to your friends and colleagues. Everyone is welcomed, and the strength and impact of this network of networks depends entirely on our collective efforts. So while the activities for this network will initially take place over the course of the next 2 years, we aim for this to just be the beginning of years of work and connections that can lead to impactful and innovative transboundary groundwater research. On the slide, I have listed some of the key network activities and future engagement opportunities. And some of the presentations later in the session will go into a little bit more detail about aspects of the activities. Each year, we're going to have an annual workshop, and these will be virtual workshops that are interactively focused. Every other month, peer mentoring and educational seminars will take place. This project will also produce an online course on TGRR system dynamics modeling that will be available to everyone. There will also be a lot of communication, exchange, and engagement activities and opportunities that will take place via the TGRR website, which we will develop throughout the course of the project. And additionally, there will be many volunteer and leadership opportunities for students and early career researchers. So the TGRR network's efforts, they are going to support existing and emerging transboundary water projects and work. And one of these efforts that we want to highlight is an upcoming virtual science conversation series. These conversations will be topic-specific, informal, and binational meetings for researchers to get to know other peers and discuss their research. And these conversations will be focused on the W쏘ᴛᴇʀ Basin, Conejos Médanos aquifers. This is going to be an informal effort, and it's going to complement not just the TGRR network, but also the important formal work that's being done in this region. The first conversation is scheduled to take place in October, and these activities are going to run through September 2022. And I think Mark and Jeanette are going to drop the link in the chat to sign up to receive more information about these conversations. And we're also going to put the link in the chat to join the TGRR network and receive important updates. And just to conclude, we encourage you to join the TGRR network of networks, and we look really forward to your input throughout this process. You can go to the link listed on the slide or in the chat to register, and then further information will be sent out to everyone that registers throughout the link about upcoming TGRR activities and opportunities. And that's all that I have. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. 𝗖𝗍 Langarudy.
So thank you very much for attending this session. My name is 𝗖𝗍 Langarudy. I'm a research assistant professor of system dynamics at New Mexico State University. Okay, what is system dynamics? That is exactly what I want to talk about today. Many of us have heard about systems approach or systems modeling for problem solving, but some of us may not be familiar with all the specific methods under this broad umbrella of systems approach. So here I will give you a very brief overview of system dynamics, which is one of the major systems modeling approaches. And we will discuss why and how this method is useful for transboundary groundwater resiliency research. System dynamics is a computer simulation method that deals with complex dynamic problems, especially those that involve human-natural feedback interactions. It's an elegant method for modeling dynamic phenomena by dividing all real-world variables into only two categories of variables, stocks and flows. From this worldview, all dynamic issues in the world occur through integration, and stocks and flows are sufficient to represent these integration processes. Stocks are shown with rectangles and flows with valves or faucets. Then there is an information connection between the stocks and flows, which is shown by the arrows. Combining these simple elements, we can model almost any dynamic problem. System dynamics has been used in many different areas, including business, economics, public policy, environmental management, and so on. This method is usually used to explain and resolve problematic dynamic behaviors such as instability, like political instability or business cycles. Policy resistance is another place where system dynamics can add value. For example, we have seen declining groundwater levels in different places in the world in recent decades, despite continuous investments and efforts to preserve these valuable resources. System dynamics can definitely help with that. System dynamics is also used where we encounter complicated system behavior that is hard or expensive to track because of the complex feedback and long delays that are involved. The emphasis of system dynamics models, however, is on endogenous rather than exogenous causes. For example, to study financial instability, we usually focus on something like hiring policy, which is an endogenous driver, rather than market fluctuation, which is an exogenous cause. To study water scarcity, we can focus on management decisions, which is an endogenous cause, rather than climate change, which is an exogenous factor. However, we can, of course, study climate change with system dynamics as well. System dynamics provides a holistic interdisciplinary lens to complex problems, which is essential for transboundary groundwater resiliency research. Transboundary groundwater issues are hard to manage because they involve complex dynamic interactions, for example, between information perception and decision-making in different countries that share the groundwater resources. These decisions impact natural resources and social and environmental conditions, while the socio-environmental conditions also affect the decisions. System dynamics helps us to handle and track these complex changes and to better understand them. System dynamics also provides a common language for modeling and research, which is especially useful when the natural and technical language of the stakeholders are different. As I explained before, system dynamics models use a very simple visual representation that can serve as a communication medium for different groups of researchers and stakeholders. We can use system dynamics to test potential solutions in a safe experimental lab environment before implementing them in the real world, which can cause irreversible damages to the environment and economy. System dynamics is easy to learn, but hard to master. We need experienced system dynamics experts to help us develop reliable models that can provide a real insight. For that, we have already established the Water Special Interest Group, or SIG, within System Dynamics Society in 2019. We will leverage this important resource to expand our global network and connect with leading system dynamics modelers who are interested in water science and management. Our AxelNet funding that Ashley and Sam talked about enables us to augment and strengthen our current linkages also with big players in the field of system dynamics, including Worcester Polytechnic Institute, University of Bergen in Norway, State University of New York at Albany, and Sharif University in Iran. These schools train leading system dynamics modelers every year, and I believe we can tap into these resources and create a strong collaboration linkages with them. To build system dynamics modeling capacity within our networks, we have planned several activities. We will have 2 system dynamics modeling workshops where we will go through the basics of the method and some preliminary exercises. We will develop a system dynamics course on the topic of transboundary groundwater resiliency that will be available online and free for all members of this network. We will connect our members with the available mentoring and peer mentoring programs within the system dynamics communities. These connections will help our members to develop their system dynamics modeling skills. We will also try to provide opportunities for a scholar exchange programs between the aforementioned schools. And finally, our members can also take voluntary or organizational roles in our connected system dynamics network, such as the water SIC that I mentioned. So thank you very much. These are the references I used. With that, I pass this to Ilya or Christine.
Yeah, I'm here. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you see it?
Yes, it's not in presentation mode.
It's not in presentation mode because I have a. Maybe I'll share a different channel.
Yeah,
but it's all right. There is no animation, so it's going to be big enough.
Yes,
okay?
That looks great.
All right, so I'm going to talk about one additional component of TGRR projects, Transboundary Groundwater Resilience Research Network of Networks, about data science. My name is 𝗖țiehez𝘁𝗲𝘁𝗀. I'm a researcher at San Diego Supercomputer Center at UCSD and part of this project. So data science, I'm sure you have heard this term. It's a relatively new field and it's very popular because people collect more and more data, and it becomes very attractive to extract insights directly from the data and generate forecasts, sometimes more accurately than forecasts that we can generate from physics-based models. There are many techniques in data science. This field is not precisely defined. It's rather a general term for a range of techniques and approaches to extract meaning and value from large data sets and use it for a range of practical problems. There's a lot of data now available for aquifers as well, and we're very interested in exploring applications of data science to aquifers, in particular transboundary aquifers. This hasn't been easy for multiple reasons, because there are many data sets, but they are developed by different organizations on both sides of the border, and there are few established ways to share this data or to share analytical results from this data. Another complication is that modeling aquifers requires integration of multiple types of data that reflect geologic information, groundwater, surface hydrology, and other factors to model discharge and recharge flows. Next one. In addition, it's certainly a multidisciplinary problem, as we need to consider additional factors that are related to water usage and climate change effects, regulatory frameworks, local water practice, and attitudes. And this is where system dynamics approaches and data science approaches can work together, because we need to look at this problem in all its complexity. So we have been exploring several examples of transboundary collaboration and examples of data science applications in groundwater. In fact, one of the goals of these projects is to assemble such examples to demonstrate how cross-country collaboration can result in better models and better decision-making. One example is integration of groundwater information in the Great Lakes. That was a collaboration between USGS, United States Geological Survey, and Canadian Geological Survey. The goal was to integrate groundwater measurements across the border to build better models. And it was organized as so-called interoperability experiment within hydrology domain working group of the Open Geospatial Consortium and the World Meteorological Organization, which is a group that develops international standards for water data. One of such standards is groundwater markup language. And it is a language that is designed to consistently describe components of groundwater discharge and recharge, such as different, so that different data sets can be mapped to a common model, and it will be technically possible to combine them into a single model. So groundwater markup language is now an official standard, international standards, endorsed by Open Geospatial Consortium. If you have specific questions about how this standard works, I'll be happy to give you more information, because I was the co-chair of this group on the US side for 10 years. Another series of examples is, and these are also the types of examples that we're looking for. These are applications of machine learning and other data science techniques to groundwater and to aquifer modeling and forecasting. This first example that was published in Nature, here the authors compared accuracy of mod flow with 3 different machine learning algorithms for modeling groundwater dynamics. And they found that the accuracy of machine learning models was actually significantly better. The second example is an IBM pilot in several countries in south of Africa, where they looked at different artificial intelligence techniques to forecast discharge, and that also showed quite significant accuracy gains. In addition, we're trying to organize the examples into a set of learning materials that can be presented sequentially as a course. Something, probably many of you are teaching courses that are related to hydrology and groundwater, and now there's a lot of interest in using data science as part of such courses. So in this project, we will try to put together several modules that will help you when you work on these courses. We will build this over some existing spatial data science courses, because the general concepts would probably apply. What I show here is a chapter in the forthcoming book, GIS for Science, that is focused on teaching spatial data science, and that actually describes the course that I teach at UCSD to data science students. If you teach courses in groundwater hydrology that related to aquifers and have examples, please share them with us. Now, how you can share, there is a mechanism shown on the next slide. And here I would follow what Ashley just said. We welcome you to join this network and to contribute examples, your expertise, and just publish information about yourself so that others can find you and perhaps invite you into projects. And in this way, we can sort of build the joint expertise from both sides of the border that will help us address the aquifer challenges. You can go to this URL or scan this QR code, and you will be invited to fill out a survey where you will submit, information about yourself, and then immediately see a gallery of projects, experts, organizations, and networks that are interested in these topics. So with that, I'm finished with my part. I will be happy to answer questions in the discussion.
Thank you so much, Ilya. And let me say to you too, buenas noches and guten Abend. I know you're tuning in late from Germany.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank you so much for your presentation. I'd like to introduce Dr. Rosario Sanchez from the Texas Water Research Institute.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I hope you guys are not starving. I am. It's 1 p.m. here in San Antonio. But it's been very insightful all the whole morning. The thoughts, the comments, pretty current to what we are facing right now, not just in terms of water issues or challenges, but in terms of human and its relationship with its environment, and what are we facing right now as a humanity. It's important that we acknowledge that at some point during our normal days and operations and the work that we do on a daily basis. It's important to remember where we come from and what do we want out of this. So thank you, Sam, thank you, Mark, everybody that was involved in this program. Alfredo, of course, Jeanette, the technical people that helps us. So thank you for the patience. Thank you for finally making this happen. I know it took you a couple of years to get this going on. So I'm very happy to be here and honored to be here. And with that, I'm going to follow up to give you an overview, quick overview of what the Permanent Forum of Binational Water is. Some of you are already part of this forum, some of you are not, but I think the work that you guys at New Mexico are doing is pretty aligned to what we are doing, and we can certainly be bigger together. While I was listening to what you are planning to do, what you've been doing on this NSF project, which is the data and data systems working, and us, and you'll see in a bit, working a lot with communities and the communication skills and the science diplomacy needs, fits perfectly together to what we actually need on a complex issue as groundwater, and not just groundwater. The forum is really for everything that is related to water in the border. And this started over a year ago. It was an idea that we never expected that would reach that amount of people or that amount of interest to move forward. And I want to highlight that this was being able to be developed only because people believe in it. There's really limited funding on this. The people that work on this is pretty volunteer, and that speaks a lot of the need, of the interest, and the willingness that we are able to do if we just decide to do it. And with a little bit of funding, well, we can do marvelous things. I'm pretty convinced of that at this point. So what the forum is, or attempts to be, it's an effort to integrate and promote water cooperation efforts across the US and Mexico border. We are a holistic, socialized, and science-based understanding of binational waters network scientists. And not just scientists, we have private industry, we have governmental officials from both sides of the border, we have NGOs, also part of the network, which is, and not just actually US and Mexico, we have people from all over the world also part of the network that is interested on the experiment, because I see this as an experiment, as a study case actually, that can be replicated or can be useful for other bigger efforts, as the ones that you guys are leading. That's why you have their global scale. Should we try to get this at a global scale? I think we should. I think we have the capability to do it. We have a set of values. We have a structure already on the forum. We have an advisory committee, an executive committee, binational, and we have over right now. I'm going to get back to this, but let me move to where we are right now. We have over 150 members in the border, experts and not necessarily experts in water issues, but working on water issues in the border, and 64 binational institutions partnering with us. 4 permanent programs, the coffee breaks, some of you are already familiar, the science talks, the facts and myth busters, the open mic. And if you look at all this, it's really to facilitate communication. It's really to translate all those big numbers, all that big data that only a few of us, not I won't count myself in there, are able to understand in lay terms. We try to translate. Okay, I'm going to ignore that. to communicate the science to the communities. We have learned, and I personally have learned that the biggest issue that we have really when it comes to science diplomacy is communication, is effective communication. And that's our motto. That's why I wanted to go back to it. What is transboundary effective communication? And this is what we have described as a social environment where individuals and organizations located in different geopolitical jurisdictions assess each other's verbal, written, and other forms of expression to evaluate whether they are trustworthy, respectful, and committed to their respective statements, principles, and values. There's a lot of words in here, but if you read it again on your screen, this is really big. I mean, it's really how we interact with each other, not just at a border-wide scale, along the border, across the border, is really what you want to accomplish, but you understand and you realize you can't do that too. We can do that alone, I'm sorry, but you can do that alone. And we need to start understanding that we need the other side, and we need all the sides at the same time. So in order to do that, you have to be effective. It's not enough to be right. It's not enough to have the science, to have the data and all that. You also have to be effective in communicating that information towards the people that you want to reach. Policymakers, authorities, communities, people that you want to understand what's going on out there. And that's really what is driving this forum towards what we want to become. It's really build on those initiatives and programs that integrate and incentivize people to be part of this. So quickly, we have 17 working groups already established. All our events, everything that we do is on English and Spanish. And I'm sorry if I'm not speaking Spanish right now, but since this is, I don't know who the host is. I guess it's New Mexico. I should be speaking in English. It should be speaking in English, but I don't know. Alfredo, you'll let me know later. We are building a data set. Of course, we have over 500 scientific publications. We are working on, of course, on social media. If we are talking about communication, we have to get in that train, whether we like it or not. We have also databases that we give access to all our users, and public models as well. We have the transboundary water portal, which is focused on only groundwater. We have that portal as well. Some of you are familiar with that. It's designed to share. It's designed with the purpose to share data. So we try to set the example in every research or publication that we have out there. Everything, all the data that it's used to have that, to be able to publish that, it's out there free, available to the public. Because some of you know data, it's a problem when it comes to groundwater, and data sharing is even a bigger problem at transboundary level. So we build that in that, but we have a couple of other models out there available to the public. We have the groundwater, what is this? The Binational Groundwater Task Force. This was the result of last year's Transboundary Aquifer Conference. And this working group is a task force, actually. It's pretty active. We meet monthly, and we're trying to identify priorities, develop work plans, or current challenges related specifically to groundwater. Of course, working on grants, proposals, and things like that to get some funding and some deliverables for this project. And I'm going to show you just briefly this because it's important in terms of our users, who is using this platform, because this is a platform. It was developed during the pandemic, so we haven't ever met personally. Everything that we have done is virtually, and it was developed virtually. So we are investing a lot on virtual services for our users, for our members, and for ourselves, for our objectives. So we noticed that 60% of the people that are using the site are using the English version. And if you look at the countries that look at the search for the platform, we are pretty out there. I don't know exactly. We don't know yet exactly the ages and the Google Analytics behind all that. It's just main information from the website. But you can see that we are trying to cover. It's reaching out there. We know it's 50% male, 47% female, which is good. We have a gender equity out there in terms of interests, and the age 25, 35, but then it's pretty standard between 30s and 60s. So it's important that we reach the new generations. And when Oscar was talking about what are we facing right now as compared to other centuries, and what's going on with our younger generations, and I was reading this morning that over 50% of young people, I would say 20s, 35s, are experiencing anxiety related to the environment challenges. That speaks a lot. The anxiety that we're facing right now, it's linked to a lot of things, but most of it, I think, is communication and how we communicate science to our younger generations, not just our GANs or preferred GANs, which all of you are here, but what do we want them to learn? How do we want them to manage the challenges that we are identifying today? What are we telling them? How to deal with them in the future? And a lot of this is, again, communication. And we have a lot of responsibility for those people, for those generations, younger generations, to make sure that, that anxiety doesn't take over and blocks them for the positive things of this, because I think this is all positive. I guess I'm a positive person, but this is good stuff. I mean, this is the way forward. It's not easy, it's not going to be enough, but it's the way forward, whether we like it or not. The people that are visiting the site are using our network. People are looking for people, and not just, Texas looking for Texans, or Arizona looking for Arizonas or Sonoras. So it's people looking for people, working on the same issues on other parts of the border, and avoid to end up as an isolated effort. So what do we want? The forum has just become a nonprofit organization, which means we are trying to be sustainable in the long term and a little bit independent and grow on its own resources. So we're working on those operational structures and things like that. But on these specific projects, you'll see the binational data hub. And I think that fits perfectly with the objectives that we've seen on previous presentations. And of course, build this forum as experience study case at a global scale. That's definitely what we want to reach. And we're building on a new platform. It's not ready yet, but it tries to be more, pro. That's the word that our website developer uses. In terms of vision, in terms of suitability for younger generations. So with that, I'm hoping I didn't get that much of your time today. The forum is for everyone, and we are happy to keep talking about this and how we can integrate efforts with the Excel grant that you guys have. I'm very, very happy for you and looking forward to work with you. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanchez. And not to worry, everything you said was automatically translated into Spanish by a live interpreter.
Thank you.
With that, I would like to introduce our last speaker, Dr. Eduardo Castillo. He's from the Centro de Inteligencia Artificial.
Thanks again. I'm Eduardo Castillo. I'm the director of the Center for Artificial Intelligence here in Juarez, Mexico. This center is an innovation center that was created by the state government in order to promote the technological competitiveness in our state, in the state of Chihuahua. So why create this AI center? We know that the data is the oil of the 21st century. This decade will close with 25 times more digital data than the last decade. We also know that we already have this opportunity of this digital economy, and entering this economy requires data management skills, technological infrastructure, and of course, artificial intelligence. In the World Economic Forum, in its report, The Future of Jobs 2020, have a forecast that in 2025, there will be 85 million jobs lost due to the division of labor between human and machines. But the good news is that more than 97 million jobs will be gained due to this same phenomenon. But these jobs will be required will require the digital skills. Skills like data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, software development, big data specialists, etc., etc. So that's why we are focusing in creating a center which has this. Hold on, let me change which has this vision to be a driving center for a technological competitive community through a comprehensive model of continuous learning, innovation, entrepreneurship to promote this digital economy. And we will fulfill this vision by developing programs and action on this same strategic axis, focusing on generating applied knowledge while leveraging emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, data science, blockchain, and other emerging technologies. To foster technological competitiveness of the region and public welfare. We have this organizational structure. The center is organized taking into account a quadruple helix model where government, industry, academia, and society make up this non-profit organization. We have a lean organization structure composed of a general assembly of partners, an executive director, and 4 operational divisions as well. We also have these pro bono committees, with which we have interaction, and together we will carry out what is needed to drive innovation in our region. So, how are we moving forward? We know that according to a study conducted by Forrester for IBM, there are 3 factors that affect the embracement and adoption of the so-called digital transformation in organizations. Data quality is one of them. And since data is the fuel of most innovations regarding AI and data science, we need to promote among organizations best practices for data management, avoid data fragmentation, and scale to strong data architectures. So we know that data and a good data architecture is one of the most important things to deploy AI and data science projects. Another factor is talent development, in which we as an innovation center are focusing a lot. I think that the lack of talent is affecting the rapid deployment of emerging technologies, in which we have AI, data science, blockchain, among other technologies. Here at the IA Center, there are a strategy in regards to this topic. Since June 2020, we've been running a talent development program where we have offered about 56 courses with more than 4,000 students registered in courses such as data science, deep learning, machine learning, blockchain, and some other technologies. We even have a course on quantum computing. Our challenge is to connect these talents with the productive pipeline, at least in our region. And in that matter, we are working with industry to generate together innovation programs where they can benefit and establish a path to digital transformation. The other factor, or the last factor, is trust in decision makers, where we are facing in regards to this technology adoption. We should educate them with a clear understanding of how technology can create value for the organization. So that's why we came up with this operational model, which involves our 3 strategic axes of continuous learning, innovation, and entrepreneurship. We have structured this, the first pillar, into 3 levels. The first is the basic level, which aims to develop computational thinking and STEM skills for children K5 to K8. And with this, hopefully we will have a new generation of citizens with digital skills. The second level is an intermediate level, which is focused more of kids up to K12. We seek here to develop programming skills, Python skills, as we are running this program in this year. And the aim here is to have youngsters with a focus on engineering and technology. The third level is advanced level, where we involve higher education and professionals. The issue here is, or the main objective is to skill, reskill, and upskill all the workforce, and to have a talent pool for innovation projects, where we can involve in this innovation and applied research strategy. So this second pillar of innovation and applied research is focused on high-tech use case development, leveraging this talent pool that comes out of our talent development programs, and ultimately helping organization transition to digital business. And the third pillar is entrepreneurship, which aims to develop high-tech startups by leveraging all the innovation and talent development programs in the first 2 strategic axes. So these are some numbers, or some results of our talent development programs we have run since June 2020. As I said before, we've had 4 calls for training, in which we have had 56 courses with a 33% of efficiency, which give us like 1,300 or so of individuals that have already some sort of specialization in big data, applied data science, machine learning, deep learning, blockchain, Python programming, and some others. So some of the resources that we have are the following. We have a 2,000 square meter building, in which we have 5 co-work areas, 7 training spaces, 1 meeting room, 6 offices, and 1 data center. This data center hosts a computing cluster for AI and data science, in which we have a hybrid multi-cloud computing cloud platform capable of up to 45 teraflops processing and 360 teraflops tensor processing units. We also have this 10 gigabit internet connection. And lastly, we have this innovation laboratory from Microsoft that are deployed here in Mexico. There are only 3 of these laboratories. One is in Tuxtla Gutiérrez, Chiapas. Another is in the Universidad Veracruzana, And the last one is here in the University of Juarez, UACJ, but it's hosted here at the Center for Artificial Intelligence. So far, with these numbers and this short period of time that we've been operating, we have a couple of innovation projects in which we involve the environment. The first one is this project of Apply AI in Juarez, in which we developed a deep learning model to classify and identify and account all the trees that we have here in Juarez. We did this in partnership with Juarez Limpio. Some of the collaborators were Victor Herrera and Nestor del Castillo, and the other guys. We integrated a team from the AI Center here in Juarez. The other project is this innovation project on precision agriculture with data analytics that we are doing with Dr. Alfredo Granados, Dr. Rafael Corral, and other researchers from the UACJ and the IA Center here in Juarez. You know a lot more than I do about this precision agriculture topics, but the problem here is to optimize the use of water in a farm near Ascension, Chihuahua. So this project is running right now, and we are using some data analytics from Microsoft in order to achieve some results. So what are the next steps? We already have some binational collaborations with universities like Purdue, UTEP, Sandia National Labs. Last week, we had this symposium on big ideas. It's called the Big Ideas for USA-Mexico Border Prosperity. The first theme was about sustainable manufacturing, but we also had topics of precision agriculture, water management, and some others. We are always open to collaborate and share resources and capabilities to develop AI and data science projects with any organizations. That's all I have for now. And I'll leave you my contact information if you wanna keep in touch or send an email or add me to LinkedIn. That's my information. Thank you.
Well, while we're giving people a minute to raise their hand and decide if they're going to ask their question, let me thank all of the presenters. Thank you so much for the really interesting and diverse things you presented. And certainly there are a lot of tools and resources to harness towards looking at transboundary groundwater resiliency research, as well as just a tremendous amount of activity in the space and growth of industries from data science to systems dynamics to artificial intelligence there at the US-Mexico border. So thank you so much. Let me turn it back over to Mark if he'd like to announce the break and when we come back. I look forward to working with you all over the coming years.
Thank you so much, Christine. And if you look to the chat, you can find some of the links to the projects that were mentioned throughout this session, including the Transboundary Groundwater Resiliency Research page, as well as a sign up, as Ashley mentioned as well, for our 𝗏𝗏𝗏ᴜᴜᴜᴜᴜ Conejos Merinos Aquifer Science Conversation Series as well. And as Rosario Sanchez presented, you can find a link to the Permanent Forum of Binational Waters. We will be taking a break now. Please, everyone, take a chance to grab some lunch. And when we come back, just a little preview of what you can expect. You'll see a session on transboundary water governance here from 1 to 2:30. So we look forward to seeing you all back. Please enjoy this little break in the meantime. I'd like to welcome everyone to this last but certainly not least session of our first day of the conference today, focused on transboundary water governance. And we will, you'll be hearing from 3 presenters today. If you had looked at previous versions of our program, there had been a planned presentation from Mario Lopez Perez, but unfortunately he had some other more pressing obligations that came up and was not able to participate today. But that just leaves more time for our three presenters, more time for Q&A as well from our audience and participants. And so with that, I'll introduce our first presenter of the day, 𝗁𝗏 Flores. Many of you, I imagine, if you're attending this event today, have heard of Mr. 𝗁𝗏 Flores. He has much experience in the realm of Chihuahua border transboundary water issues. He's authored a number of books, including Agua de México y Chihuahua, as well as 𝗁𴏏 ayer y hoy. And he actually has a book that was, I believe, was published just earlier this year, Aguas Nacionales y los Acuíferos de Chihuahua, frenar el colapso que viene, which was published by the Universidad Autónoma de Chihuahua. 𝗁𝗏 Flores also had previously served as a federal representative in the Mexican Chamber of Deputies, where one of his positions was to serve as president of the Drinking Water and Sanitation Commission. And with that, I will now turn the presentation over to 𝗁𝗏.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias, Mark. Agradezco la invitación que me hicieron los organizadores de este foro binacional del agua de Chihuahua, Nuevo México y Texas. Me toca desarrollar un tema ciertamente difícil de entender, más en el ámbito de los que nos dedicamos a estudiar el agua, pero más difícil de instrumentar en la práctica en el manejo del agua y en la preservación de la misma. Por eso me voy a apoyar de un PowerPoint muy sencillo, no sé si lo tengan ahí, Mark, o lo puedo incluir desde acá. Bueno, como les decía, la gobernanza del agua es un tema difícil de entender, poco se sabe de la gobernanza del agua, pero aún es más difícil de implementar la gobernanza en los organismos operadores y en los usuarios del agua. Yo quisiera empezar por eso mismo, mencionando algunos conceptos básicos de lo que significa gobernanza del agua. Se identifica como el proceso que permite a los gobiernos y a las sociedades interactuar y ajustar intereses mutuos. La gobernanza apuesta por delegar funciones que tradicionalmente han sido del Estado a la sociedad y promueve las asociaciones público-privadas. Gobernanza es el arte de gobernar que se propone como objetivo el logro del desarrollo económico, social e institucional duradero, promoviendo un sano equilibrio entre el Estado, la sociedad civil y el mercado. El Banco Mundial volvió popular este término de gobernanza a partir de que lo utilizara en su informe WRRI, publicado en 1989, año en que el banco definió gobernancia como el uso del poder político para manejar los asuntos de una nación. O sea, hablamos de políticas públicas para darle participación al sector privado. En 1992 la ONU creó formalmente la Comisión Global de Gobernanza, que mediante diversos indicadores evalúa la gobernanza y gobernabilidad de los países afiliados. La OCDE también ha incorporado este concepto en las tareas que desempeña. Yo quisiera establecer la diferencia entre gobernanza y gobernabilidad. Son dos términos ciertamente distintos, pero complementarios. Con la gobernanza, las organizaciones no gubernamentales cubren lunares o nichos que por diversas razones los gobiernos no atienden. Su ausencia es la participación de la sociedad civil organizada en actividades fundamentales para la convivencia social y mejores niveles de vida. La gobernabilidad, por su parte, es la obligación de los gobiernos de garantizar las condiciones mínimas de seguridad, salud, educación, protección del medio ambiente y consagrar el respeto a las libertades públicas y los derechos humanos. Son, como decíamos, conceptos distintos, pero complementarios. Acuíferos fronterizos. Miren, la ONU estableció 4 principios en los que descansa la gestión de las aguas compartidas entre naciones. El primero es el uso equitativo y razonable del agua. El segundo, la obligación de no causar daño significativo. La tercera es la obligación de notificar, consultar e intercambiar información. Y cuarto, la cooperación de buena fe. Por su parte, se habla de los acuíferos fronterizos en el acta número 242 de la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas, que se publicó el 30 de agosto de 1973. Estipula que ambos países se consultarán recíprocamente antes de prender en el área fronteriza de sus respectivos territorios cualquier nuevo desarrollo de aguas superficiales o subterráneas o emprender modificaciones sustanciales a sus desarrollos actuales que pudieran afectar adversamente al otro país. ¿Cómo hacerle para institucionalizar los esquemas de gobernanza del agua en los acuíferos fronterizos? Bueno, pues es involucrando a los gobiernos nacionales, estatales, municipales o equivalentes, a los usuarios, a los grandes usuarios del agua, a los académicos y científicos, así como a organizaciones de la sociedad civil. Aquí yo me voy a ampliar un poco para dar algunos conceptos. Por ejemplo, en el caso de México, los acuíferos se controlan desde el área central, desde las oficinas centrales de la Ciudad de México, que es donde se aprueban, pues, las concesiones a los privados para aprovechar el agua subterránea. Pero hemos visto que estos acuíferos, por lo menos los de México, que ya dijeron cuáles son, con Nuevo México y con Texas, están en desequilibrio por el lado mexicano. Tenemos un 80% de déficit. Casi en los dos tienen más o menos el mismo déficit, tanto el de Conejos Médanos como el de Valle de Juárez. No se están cumpliendo con los preceptos básicos de la Ley de Aguas Nacionales. Y aquí yo quiero profundizar. ¿Quiénes son quienes utilizan el agua subterránea? Son ciudadanos que pertenecen a los condados o a los municipios y también a los estados. ¿Quiénes son los interesados en evitar el colapso de los acuíferos? Quienes la utilizan, pero también las autoridades estatales. En el caso de México, las autoridades estatales y municipales no tienen ninguna injerencia en el cuidado de los acuíferos. Tal vez por eso los tengamos en sobreexplotación. Revisando un poco pues, lo que dijo la ONU y revisando lo que dijo la Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas, yo creo que es una gran oportunidad para que esta Comisión Internacional de Límites y Aguas pudiese avanzar con éxito en el control y en la preservación de los acuíferos transfronterizos de aguas subterráneas. ¿Por qué? Bueno, porque ha sido muy exitoso en el Tratado del 44 y en la Convención de 1906. Pero sí requerimos que todos los conocimientos que han generado estos investigadores de las universidades de Texas, de Nuevo México, que concurren a este foro binacional, y también en el caso de México, que todo lo que ellos han investigado, de cuáles son las relaciones hidrológicas que prevalecen entre los acuíferos, pudieran convertirse en políticas públicas para controlar que estos mantos freáticos estén en equilibrio y puedan preservarse para las futuras generaciones. En el caso de México, hemos platicado con pues, diferentes compañeros que están involucrados en este foro binacional para que una ley de aguas que se va a aprobar en el Congreso Nacional de México próximamente se incluya la figura de gobernanza del agua, pero que quede establecido en la ley porque actualmente no se tiene establecido. Se han creado en la ley vigente figuras como, pues, vamos a decir, los comités técnicos de aguas subterráneas, pero no están debidamente institucionalizados. En el Valle de Juárez hay un comité de este tipo, pero no está debidamente fortalecido ni institucionalizado, y por eso queremos que en la nueva ley se le dé entrada a la gobernanza del agua, específicamente en los acuíferos fronterizos, para poderlos preservar, dado que quisiera comentarles que en el caso de México, muchas de las ciudades de la frontera a lo largo desde Tijuana hasta el Golfo de México, el agua potable de estas ciudades nuestras dependen de acuíferos subterráneos. Entonces, para nosotros es muy importante regularlos. También es una propuesta que se hace crear comités técnicos de sostenibilidad por cada uno de los acuíferos compartidos, que pudieran establecerse normas y pudieran establecerse reglas para cuidar su preservación, donde los usuarios del agua sean los más interesados en preservarlos y las autoridades en vigilar en que se cumplan estas normas. Por el lado de México, hemos estado revisando y clausurando pozos que se abren ilegalmente. Vale la pena decirlo. También en el caso de México hemos vigilado que solo se saque el agua concesionada de dichos acuíferos y no saquen más que eso. También hemos estado trabajando para prohibir la transferencia de volúmenes entre usuarios. O sea, no se vale que alguien que tenga una concesión le transfiera volumen o le venda el título de concesión a otro usuario. Estamos que en esa nueva ley se prohíba transferir títulos entre particulares, porque hay un mercado negro, por lo menos hablo de el conejos médanos. Hay que extinguir ese mercado negro, no permitir que haya venta de títulos a quienes se les dio el título. La nación se los dio de manera gratuita y no se vale que los anden comercializando. Eso lo estamos pugnando para que la nueva ley lo contemple. Y finalmente, no otorgar nuevas concesiones a los acuíferos transfronterizos, excepto para uso público urbano. O sea, no más nuevas concesiones en el caso de México por estar estos acuíferos muy vulnerables, con déficits, como ya lo dijimos, y más bien preservarlos para el abastecimiento de los hogares y para el uso público urbano. Yo de mi parte también propondría elevar los niveles de eficiencia técnica de los organismos de operadores de agua potable que no tienen todavía la mejor eficiencia y que conviene pues someterse a una modernización de todos sus equipos, de todas sus técnicas, para que se desperdicie la menos agua posible. Igualmente, en todas las zonas de riego de agua subterránea, pues realmente nos hace falta muchos equipos modernos, ahorradores de agua, sobre todo en los que tienen nogal, pues meterle riego por goteo, acá le llaman cintilla. En fin, creo que nos hace en el caso de México mucha falta modernizar nuestras áreas de riego. Estamos trabajando también en ello, como lo decía Luis Carlos Alatorre en la mañana, para conseguir créditos con los organismos financieros internacionales y iniciar un gran proceso de modernización en todas las áreas de riego. De mi parte, les agradezco su atención y, como les decía, es un tema difícil, es un tema muy ajeno, el de políticas públicas, pero estamos dispuestos a contribuir para que la gobernanza sea un éxito en los acuíferos fronterizos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to open it up to our participants at this time if they have any questions for Mr. 𝗖cie here.
Yo tengo una pregunta. La voy a hacer la pregunta en español para que sea más directa la pregunta. Camila, muchas gracias por la presentación. Creo la última vez que nos vimos fue allá en Chihuahua con el tema de las acequias, precisamente, de campos elíseos y demás. Esa ley que están ahorita queriendo promover y demás, me gustaría saber si ya finalmente, dos cosas, están queriendo incorporar una definición de lo que es acequia. Y la segunda es si podríamos dejar un poco de lado esta tendencia de querer generar más y más y más burocracia. Creo que eso ha sido parte de la enfermedad de este problema. La burocracia en estos momentos es tremenda, efectivamente está muy centralizado el tema del agua, pero creo las soluciones no consisten en vamos a involucrar a todos porque desde mi perspectiva eso nada más lo único que genera es más problemas, sino más bien el quizá regresarle ese poder a los estados que son quienes deberían de tener esa facultad, independientemente de que a veces los gobiernos estatales no sean muy buenos.
Muy bien, oí muy poco, la verdad, no sé si sea Elena Giner. Saludos, me da mucho gusto saludarte. Y bien, efectivamente, mira, estamos haciendo esfuerzos por que en el gobierno mexicano, con la aprobación de la nueva ley, en el caso de los acuíferos fronterizos, que le puedan dar mayores atribuciones a las autoridades locales, en este caso a los municipios y al propio gobierno estatal. A mí me parece que los más interesados en conservar el agua subterránea son quienes las usan, que pertenecen a los municipios, son ciudadanos municipales y estatales. Y claro, con la autoridad del agua que tiene, pues, en este caso la CONAGUA, que ellos supervisen que se cumplan con las normas nacionales, pero que se les den todas las atribuciones a los usuarios del agua, también a las autoridades locales.
Y en cuanto a la definición de acequias.
No estoy escuchando bien, no sé si pudiera.
Te preguntaba respecto a la definición de acequias.
En cuanto a la definición de acequias, no estoy escuchando, una disculpa, ¿eh?
Sí, es eso, nada más. No creo que tengan entonces contemplado nada aún.
Propongo que después entremos en comunicación directamente y poder resolver un poco esto, Maria-Elena.
Ok.
Una disculpa, pero no estaba escuchando bien, no escucho bien la pregunta.
Okay. Any other additional questions for Mr. 𝗖ecie before we continue to our next presentation? Keep in mind, you also have the option of our chat message area where you can submit questions as well.
Correcto, muy bien.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you again so much. Oh, sorry, what's there?
Gracias, Marc, gracias a todos.
All right. Thank you. In that case, I'll quickly introduce 𝗖𝗌ᴏᴜᴜᴜᴜ Villaseñor. Ilia is a professor at the Universidad de Sonora in Hermosillo, Mexico. She holds a bachelor's degree and a Master of Science in Geology from that same university, and has spent many years working for the Mexico and United States efforts on the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program for both the Universidad de Sonora as well as the University of Arizona Water Resources Research Center. She defended her PhD dissertation in 2019 with a thesis entitled Water Resources in the Borderlands of the Colorado River Basin, Climate Uncertainties, Anthropogenic Impacts, and Binational Agreements. Her interests include hydrology, remote sensing, groundwater management, and she's an advocate for stakeholder engagement, knowledge improvement, and the sustainable use of water resources in the desert watersheds of the US and Mexico. So Ilia, I will turn it over to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Marc, for the introduction. And hello, everyone. Hola todos. Thank you so much for the opportunity you've given me to talk about groundwater governance in this edition of the Two Nations One Water Conference. I'm really honored to be here. As was previously mentioned during the introduction, my name is 𝗖𝗌ᴜᴜᴜ. I'm a professor and researcher at Universidad de Sonora. And yes, I have worked for the US-Mexico Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program for over 10 years. First, as a member of the Mexican team in Sonora, then as a member of the Arizona team in the United States, and now I'm working for both teams. So let's talk about binational collaboration goals. We have now you have a hybrid here that can talk a little bit and about the perspectives of both countries. I would like to share with you also that I come from a very technical background. I am the person that wants to explain everything with a graph, with a map, with numbers and percentages. So I often struggle to find or to understand how groundwater assessment and groundwater governance should be linked together. And let me tell you that I often thought that I was going to save the world with assessment only efforts. But this perspective has changed over the years I spent at the University of Arizona Water Resources Research Center under the lead of Dr. Sharon B. McDowell, my PhD director, and the person who taught me the importance of groundwater governance for the sustainable management of groundwater resources. So in this presentation, I would like to share my experience through the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program, describe how these efforts are similar or different than other groundwater efforts around the world, and describe also how these studies that have been developed, how these studies can contribute to the US-Mexico groundwater governance. So I'm gonna throw in an extra definition of groundwater governance that I took from McDowell et al. 2012 that says that groundwater governance is the overarching framework of groundwater use laws, regulations, and customs, as well as the processes of engaging the public sector, the private sector, and the civil society. So this is our manual, our instructions on what to do with this invisible resource that is needed to sustain life and economic activities all around the world. And I ask you this today, do we have an agreement between the US and Mexico for the management of groundwater resources? Do we have a manual, a set of instructions, a clue on what to do? And what has happened to other countries around the world? Do they even have their own manuals? Well, let's see. This is a map that has the transboundary aquifers of the world. This map was developed using the IGRAC 2020 layer. All the white and blue polygons that you see, those are transboundary aquifers. So there are around 600 of them. And only 6 of them have a formal mechanism of collaboration. So 600 transboundary aquifers, and 6 of them have a mechanism. So these countries, we see them here, are the Guarani aquifer system, the Genovese aquifer system, Genovese aquifer system, Northwestern Saharan aquifer system, where's 4, the Ilomedan aquifer system, Nubian sandstone aquifer system, and finally the Alsace-Caldici aquifer. Now, let's go back to the US-Mexico border region down here. So according to Sanchez et al. 2016, there are potentially 36 transboundary aquifers between Mexico and the US. Now, don't try to find them there. They're too small. I'm gonna move to another map. Here we go. In here, we can see them more clearly. We have 36 transboundary aquifers, around 36. And guess what? Groundwater utilization, it's only regulated in a small area, the San Luis Mesa area that we have in here. And this is where the cities of San Luis Rio Colorado and Yuma are located. So this agreement, Minute 242, says, provides some restrictions for groundwater extraction over 8 kilometers north and south of this region that we have here. A minute can be defined as the interpretation or modification of the 1944 Water Treaty regarding the utilization of the waters of the Colorado and Tijuana rivers and the Rio Grande. So we have heard about this already the whole morning. This is the main water allocating mechanism for the two nations. And as described by its name, the 1944 treaty, it's about surface water, but it allows interpretations and modifications to adapt to new challenges that emerge from the two countries. And these challenges, well, they can include groundwater. The IBWC is the international body that oversees the application of the Mexican treaties. So again, we have around 36 aquifers in here. Only one, it's been currently regulated by a minute 242. And then we have 4 aquifers in here, the Santa Cruz, San Pedro, Mesilla, and Hueco Bolson. Well, these 4 aquifers are currently under the umbrella of the IBWC through the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program. So what is the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program? Well, it's a joint effort between Mexico and the US to evaluate shared aquifers. It had its beginning in 2006 with the signing of the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Act. This act authorized the United States Geological Survey and the Water Resources Research Center Institutes of Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas to work with Mexican counterparts in the development of transboundary aquifer assessment. So the Mexican involvement took place only after the signing of the TAP Cooperative Framework of 2009. This in here is a screenshot of the TAP Cooperative Framework that was signed by the principal engineers of the IBWC. It was, there's a version that comes in English, there's a version that comes in Spanish, and it does provide the instruction on how to collaborate on the assessment of our groundwater resources. In here, I provide a summary of the main components of the TAP Cooperative Framework. So if you read it, you'll see that it's divided into different sections. These sections include the objectives of the program. The main one will facilitate data exchange, facilitate agreement on the aquifers that will be evaluated jointly, establish and coordinate technical advisory committees, establish an official repository for binational project reports. So those are the objectives that are listed there. Part of the framework and process says that either of the 2 countries can propose the aquifer to study, and that the IBWC will coordinate with agencies from both countries to jointly define the scope of the assessment. Also, it says that there has to be binational technical groups established and coordinated by the IBWC to address and define the scope of the assessment. Work plans are going to be developed and etc. So also we have this funding procedures. It says, well, how every country is going to cooperate, who's going to pay for what. So it says each country will be responsible for any cost of the project. Either country might contribute with the cost of the work done in another country. All projects and measures are going to be considered. Like sometimes you have something that you want to do. Well, it depends on the funds available to do it. Then we can move to the principles. These activities described in this agreement should be beneficial for both countries. The aquifers, as well as the scope of the studies, should be agreed upon within the framework of the IBWC. The activities should respect the legal framework and requirements of each country, etc., etc. I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm just going through, like, I was like, okay, I'm going to read the most important ones. And I'm like, okay, everything's important. But okay, we have the main principles. Also, another one that's important, no provisions set forth in this agreement will limit what either country can do in their own territory. And the information that comes from this project should be used solely for the purpose of expanding knowledge. Another set of instructions that we have to do with the communication and information procedures. So all the information that's being produced, well, the IBWC is going to be the official repository of this information. And information, it's available and should be available for the public. So these are the main components of the TAP Cooperative Framework that allow it that allow the production and that allow the knowledge improvement of the transboundary aquifers of focus that right now we have listed them, that right now are the Santa Cruz, San Pedro, Mesilla, and Hueco Bolson. So some of the top products that we've been presenting so far, that we've been, I know because I've seen the list in other presentations during this morning. I'm going to focus on the products for Arizona and Sonora. One of the main products that we have is the binational study of the transboundary San Pedro aquifer. So this report was the first ever binational aquifer study prepared and released in English and Spanish by the IBWC. And something that's important to note is that reports are not binationally recognized if they do not follow the process of the joint report of the TAP cooperative framework. So this report, it went through all the channels and all the levels, and we see that we have the logos of the IBWC, Universidad de Sonora, CONAGUA, the University of Arizona, Water Resources Research Center, USGS. So we have all the collaborators in there, and we have this report for the San Pedro aquifer, and we are currently working on a similar report for the Santa Cruz aquifer. Some other products that have been generated over the last years include, well, journal article publications. And these publications will include members of the different Arizona and Sonora TAP teams. So most of the time you're going to have like combined agencies. You have the WRRC, you have Universidad de Sonora, you have CONAGUA, and in here as well we have CONAGUA, and the University of Arizona and USGS. So yes, there's a lot of collaboration going on between partners from the United States and Mexico. Some of our latest publications, well, they have to do with climate uncertainties. We've been focusing on that, particularly on the transboundary Santa Cruz aquifer. This is because the area is particularly sensitive to climate uncertainty. It's highly dependent on the precipitation, and it's highly dependent on seasonal and seasonal precipitation and stream flow. So these aquifers, they really need to get recharged by precipitation and by stream flow available, and it's uncertain how much rain and how much water we're gonna get every year. So this is something that we've been studying a lot in the Arizona-Sonora border region. We have these publications. We're currently working on another one. So this one is in a portion that is on the US portion of the transboundary Santa Cruz aquifer. This is for the binational transboundary Santa Cruz aquifer, and we are currently working on another publication for the Mexican portion of the aquifer. So right now we started with the different pieces, and at the end, what we would like to have is an assessment of the overall region. Latest publications as well. We have this one, the US-Mexico Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program as a model for transborder groundwater collaboration, and science and binational cooperation, bidirectionality in the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program in the Arizona-Sonora border region. So I'm going to talk about these two studies in a bit. But before that, some pictures of how this article generation, report generation works. How is the process? Well, includes a lot of meetings, a lot of technical meetings, includes also meetings over the different levels of administration. Right now I'm showing pictures of 2016, 2017, and I also have, this is our latest picture. It's from 2019, the Binational Summit on Groundwater at the United States-Mexico border. I guess that we need to renovate this picture. I think could have been the best venue to do it if it were in person, but this picture is gonna have to wait. And okay, so I show you the process, the framework for collaboration. I show you the studies that have been generated so far, but I also want to show you where are we now? Where are we now with respect to the aquifer, transboundary aquifer agreements around the world? What is that it has been done in those 6 transboundary aquifers that I show you on the transboundary aquifers map? Let's see. So this table shows the common elements of collaboration between transboundary groundwater agreements. In here to your left, you will find a list of the components. The listing here includes the components that are present on the transboundary aquifer assessment program. So for this study, what we did is to cross-check which of these elements are available in the rest of the transboundary groundwater agreements around the world. So we have in here the 6 transboundary aquifer agreements that I mentioned and that I show you on the map, and then the components of the top. So by doing this comparison, we were able to see that there are 5 items that were particularly relevant as common features of collaboration. Number 1, the presence of data exchange provisions. Number 2, the concurrence of binational aquifer assessment. Number 3, the establishment of technical advisory committees. Number 4, the presence of technical groups. And number 5, the respect of the legal framework and jurisdictional requirements of the aquifer states. So this is what all of this, or most of them, these transboundary aquifers have in common within their agreements. We also noted some differences. Number 1, the use of information. Some of these aquifers, they had like data exchange provisions. They work on the assessments of their groundwater resources, but the information, it was just for them to keep. So in the case of the TAP, the information that's being produced, it should be available for everyone. Everyone should be able to see what is being produced. So that's something that we noted that was different. Also, the assessment versus management purposes of the agreement. I mentioned this before. The TAP should be like the TAP products are solely for the purpose for assessment purposes. And in here, not all of them, like some of these transboundary aquifer agreements, they are solely for knowledge improvement purposes, but some others, yes, they are for management purposes. And it's something that cannot be done, at least not through the TAP. Now, I'm going to move forward to another image. This figure was taken from Peterson, Perman et al. 2021, and it talks about the trajectory of governance and science efforts. Okay, so the governance elements in this figure, they show us blue circles, and I have them in here. A governance element is of course the signing of the 1944 treaty, the creation of the International Boundary and Water Commission, and those are, for example, governance elements, and then science elements of this US-Mexico collaboration on water resources are showed on these hexagons that are green. So in here, let me go to, okay, we're here. We are in the process of knowledge improvement. We are improving knowledge about and regarding the transboundary aquifers of the US and Mexico. But in order for this to happen, we needed a trajectory of governance. We needed a governance effort, and the governance effort that sent us to the assessment, well, was the US Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Act, and then the joint report of principal engineers regarding the collaboration process between the US and Mexico. This is the TAP cooperative framework. So these two governance efforts, they sent us to the transboundary aquifer assessment efforts, and the consequence of this was all of the products that I show you. So yes, governance and science, they are linked together, and they should be linked together. We needed these governance efforts to get to here, and now we're here. And I would like to ask you, what comes next? What can we do now? We've been working and working and working on the production of science, and there's only two roads to take from here. We either keep working on monitoring efforts and filling this figure with these green hexagons, or we move back here. We move to governance efforts that are sustained by the information that's being generated. So this trajectory of governance, it shows that there's no, it is not a one-way road, it's bidirectional. So there's different roads that can be taken. Right now we have two. We either and we should continue. It's not we either continue. We have to continue with transboundary aquifer assessment. But yes, all this assessment should eventually send us back to a governance efforts that will tell us where are we going. And with this, I finish my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilia. Very pertinent question to end on. And so I'll open it up once again. If there's any attendees who'd like to ask Ilia a question, or perhaps to comment on the one that she is kind of posed at the end of her presentation. And just a reminder as well, while if anyone's formulating any questions in the meantime, there'll be on day 3, we'll have a specific discussion revolving primarily around this question of the sort of the future of specifically transboundary groundwater management in this border region. So please stick around for the rest of the conference and for that particular session at the end of the third day of our conference on Thursday. Ilia, I want to thank you once again for your presentation. And with that, we will get. Oh, please go ahead.
Yeah, it was a wonderful presentation, Alia. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's just that I was curious about all the collaboration you were talking about, and looking at the map that you were showing us at the beginning. The Rio Grande was going and connecting directly through all Texas, going by all the Gulf and passing by. So do you think we should start thinking beyond Texas? Because it looks like cut off, but it is not naturally, it's just politically cut off. So as you can see there, it's touching more states than Texas in this case, for example, yes, in that area. Mm-hmm. So do you think we should start talking a little bit more with the people who is not exactly, in Texas, but beyond Texas?
Okay, well, that's something that I always like to say, or I always like to include, like this agreement, the TAP agreement. It says that well, there's some principles in there, but if both countries agree to keep studying additional aquifers, they can do it. But they have to sit, they have to talk, they have to prioritize the areas that they want to further develop, and the decision has to be made and reported, and then they can study. But this agreement, right now we have the 4 aquifers of focus, the Santa Cruz, the San Pedro, Mesilla, and Hueco Bolson. And maybe this could serve as a call as well to say that there's some more. And they're going to tell me, oh, focus on the 4 that you already have. Yes, we're focusing on that, but we shouldn't close to those for aquifers. And there's also, we've been working on reconnaissance work as well. And also Rosario gave a presentation. Well, she talked about the permanent forum, but she's been working a lot on trying to find where or locate, first of all, those 36 aquifers, and then we'll try to prioritize which should be studied or not. So yes, I would say and I'm going to use this as a platform to say that let's keep working. There's a lot for us to do.
Thank you.
I see a hand raised from Catherine as well. Do you have a question, Catherine?
I do, thank you. I really appreciate, Dr. Villaseñor, that you think as a very technical scientific person, but your presentation was very communicative and visually persuasive. So I think you did a great job presenting. I'm with the New Mexico Environment Department, and I work on border issues on behalf of the Environment Department. And I thought I believe it was your last slide that had the hexagons and the circles and showed in a visual manner the coordination and development of the governance conversation with science. I really would like that. Of course, I'm hoping that a copy of your slides will be available, but I'd also like to figure out how to broaden that one circle wider to look at all the other governance entities that are trying to use or relate to this conversation. So for example, the Border 2025 program, or the Good Neighbor environmental program, or just looking at some of the state-to-state advisory relationships that may not be encapsulated here. Is there a way that you have visually thought of how to add other partners, players, allies into the equation of how to share this information?
Okay, so this figure, thank you for your comment. This figure was developed using the TAP, the Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program, as a case study, but I definitely accept your challenge in the development of a new figure that includes all the different components, of course. And yeah, and I actually like figures. So let's see, perhaps next year, I'll be showing you a bigger one. I don't know if the circle is going to keep working, perhaps a circle with more circles around, but yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and thank you, Catherine, for your question. Any additional questions or comments before we move on? Oh, I see Fernanda Aldaz.
I am a student of yours, and I would just like to say that we are very proud of you for your presentation. It was really nice to watch, and thank you for inviting us and see it.
I'm gonna cry. Voy a llorar. Thank you, Fernanda. See you tomorrow in class.
Thank you. See you.
Yeah, thank you, Fernanda. And yes, hope that we have plenty of students throughout the conference that can attend, and yeah, thank you so much. Okay, well, Ilia, thank you so much once again for your wonderful presentation. I hope to see you. Hope you'll stick around throughout the rest of the conference, and especially possibly contribute some questions and conversation on the last day, as I mentioned. All right, well, that brings us, as I mentioned, last but certainly not least, of our presenters today, somebody who I'm sure you're all very familiar with, is Professor Gabriel Eckstein. And just a moment here. I just want to give a brief biographical overview of Professor Eckstein. He's a professor of law at Texas A&M University and director of the law school's Energy, Environmental, and Natural Resources System Law Program. where he focuses his research and teaching on water, natural resources, and environmental law and policy issues at the local, national, and international levels. Eckstein regularly advises UN agencies, national and subnational governments, NGOs, and other groups on the international and US water and environmental issues. He currently serves as the president of the International Water Resources Association, on the Executive Council of the International Association for Water Law, as associate editor for the Brill Research Perspectives International Water Law, and on the editorial board of the Journal of Water Law. Professor Eckstein holds a Juris Doctor and an LLM in environmental law, and Master of Science in International Affairs, and a BA in Geology. At Texas A&M University, Professor Eckstein also serves as Associated Professor with the Bush School of Government and Public Service, the Public Service and Administration Department, a Research Fellow with the Institute for Science, Technology, and Public Policy at the Bush School of Government and Public Service, as well as a graduate faculty member of the Texas A&M Water Management and Hydrological Science Program. Professor Eckstein, I will turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Mark. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. So thank you for that introduction, and thank you also for the invitation to participate in this conference, Two Nations, One Water. This is really a critical milestone, I think, in terms of events that bring the two countries together, and you know, not just the region, but the entire border-wide segment, and on really important issues. And I have to say that I was listening to Commissioner Guinea's presentation, and I was really excited to see her interest, and I presume IBWC's interest, in exploring how the two countries can engage more formally over their shared groundwater resources. And this is something that I think we definitely should be going towards. I think Elia's presentation was right on, and she was asking about, you know, where else do we go? I do think that we need to engage further in terms of cooperation over specific aquifers, but maybe even at a little bit more formal level, so that it is not as haphazard as it has been over the last 10, 15 years. And we can get more directly involved in terms of the agencies and ministries and local community stakeholders and so on. I think there was, I can't remember, I think Catherine was asking about how do you bring in these other organizations into the fold. And I think this is something that would be great to do with IBWC. And I would love to be a part of that, you know, if it becomes much more of a formal process. But what I want to do here today is I'm going to, what I think is really going to complement Elia's presentation, and talk about international law more generically. You know, what I'm going to focus on is what's called customary international law. And the best way that I can describe what customary international law is, it's sort of, you can equate it with background levels of elements in water, or background levels of what you in air, background levels of radiation. It's the background law that is in place globally, which is the base from which we're supposed to work on. And I compared that to what Elia was talking about on the border with the TAP and with the other agreements that she mentioned in Africa, Latin America, and so on. Those are specific treaty-based laws that are very localized, very specific to the local circumstances. So you can have US and Mexico engaged in international law, but you can also have some basic foundational law that apply globally. So I'm gonna look at that latter part, drawing on some of these individual treaties and so on. I will tell you my conclusions up front. Unfortunately, today, as it stands, there is really no established international law for transboundary groundwater resources. The best we can talk about is trends, and I'll explain why I reached that conclusion. But I'm going to start with a bit of a comparison in terms of a chart, a map very similar to what Elia was showing you, but I'm going to start with this one, which is river basins, water courses around the world. And we know that there are treaties. We have treaties between US-Mexico over the Rio Grande, the Colorado. We have treaties around the world over the Danube River, the Rhine River, the Mekong River, and so on and so on. In fact, you know, we've counted about 310 transboundary water courses, and somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,600 treaties counted since the year 805 AD, and about 420 or 450 since over the last 200 years. In addition, we have two global treaties, the UN Watercourses Convention from 1997, and then the what's known as the Water Convention or Helsinki Convention from 1992. And all of this gives us such a rich opportunity to identify principles that cut across many of these instruments and many of these agreements. In Elia's presentation, she put that, I think it's the second to last slide of the 6 or 7 agreements over transboundary aquifers around the world, and she showed you the similarities and then highlighted some of the differences. When we have over 3,600 of these types of agreements, it gives us such a rich body of evidence to indicate, you know what, we can say this is customary law. So many countries are doing X or Y that we can say this is foundational, this is underlying, and you can have a specific treaty for the Great Lakes or for the Nile River or whatever other water course. But at the very base, you have to have these foundational principles. So that's international water courses law, surface water. Well, you saw this very similar map. I think she had a different version of it that Elia showed, and she highlighted, well, I don't recall if she said how many transboundary aquifers we have around the world so far, almost 600 that have been identified. And this is an incomplete number, so you can tell already almost double the number of transboundary aquifers as compared to transboundary rivers and lakes. And how many agreements do we have? Well, like Elia's map, very, very few. We have seven what I would call formal agreements. These are officially negotiated by foreign ministries, state departments, and entered into or by a sub-entity of that national government that has authority. So for example, IBWC with that 2009 joint report, that's authorized under the federal governments of both US and Mexico and has become what I call an official agreement. We also have 6 informal arrangements. These are often in the form of what you call memorandum of understanding or some kind of informal arrangement that you cannot take to court. And this is the big difference between these two, the formal agreements and informal arrangements. The informal arrangements are not legally binding, and you cannot take them to any international or domestic or regional court and try to enforce them. They're based on mutual trust, cooperation, but that's as far as they go. But for purposes of trying to identify what's going on under international law, you can use these informal arrangements a little more loosely, I suppose, in terms of trying to identify the trends of what are the principles that the countries are abiding by for purposes of establishing that foundation, that baseline, what we call customary international law. I have to note also that there's 2 global, and I call them arrangements because they're not binding, they're not official. They are being used as guidelines. We have the UNECE model provisions, which are attached to that UNECE Helsinki treaty or the UNECE water treaty. It goes by both names. These are models to apply to transboundary aquifers. And then, of course, we also have what's called the UN draft articles on the law of transboundary aquifers. And again, these are presented at this point only as guidelines. The UN has not debated them in such detail as to take them to the next level of considering, should they form a treaty or a protocol to a prior treaty or something of that nature. So at this point, the most we have on a global level are these two guidelines. So now these next two slides, I'm just going to go through quickly. Groundwater, we know we're dependent on it, highly dependent on it around the world. We use it for everything, and countries use it for so many, not just for drinking water, but also for agriculture and so on. And so the question is, why haven't we gotten to the level of having more treaties over transboundary groundwater resources? What is it that makes surface water more amenable or easier to bring a treaty to a particular river or lake that's transboundary as compared to groundwater? So I think one of the challenges is we have is with data and information. And I don't necessarily mean just that we don't have enough of it, but it's also harder to obtain. When we talk about surface water, you can see it. And it's much easier to conceptualize. Well, we can measure the flow. We can easily measure the chemistry by dropping in different technologies and surveying instruments and so on. We can do all this experimentation and analysis right there on that water body. As compared to groundwater, it gets a little more complicated. You have to go underground. You have to have test wells, and you have to have more than one well if you want to get a big picture. And speaking of that big picture, we can't see groundwater per se. We can't see an aquifer. What the best we can do is what's called a conceptual, a three-dimensional conceptual model. And so all these challenges create that bigger challenge of trying to collect enough data about groundwater on borders, on both sides of the borders, with using technologies and techniques and methodologies that are that can be harmonized, on both sides of the border, because very often, different institutions use different approaches. Well, you want to use the same methodologies, or at least in a way that you can translate them. And this is something that has not been fully systematized around the world. Another challenge that we seem to have is, as much as we know about groundwater, we're still not sure how different types of groundwater regimes and different types of aquifers should be managed and regulated. So, for example, a karst aquifer, should it be regulated in the same way as a sandstone aquifer? What about a fossil aquifer? Consider this: a fossil aquifer with no appreciable recharge. The moment you put a well on it, it will start to be depleted. Well, should you regulate that depletable resource in the same way that you regulate a recharging aquifer? These are issues that we haven't fully wrapped our heads around or fully understood in terms of the transboundary context. And in fact, I have to say, I don't think we fully understand them even in domestic context. And there's many disputes within US, Mexico, and other countries in terms of how to manage different domestic resources. And if we can't do this on the domestic level yet, it's going to be a little bit more hard on a transboundary level, where you have the politics and other cross-border cultural and social issues and so on, economic issues that come into play. I mentioned already the limited experience, and just to give you in terms of numbers, that we just have very little experience with transboundary groundwater resources in terms of regulating and managing. So where does that leave us? As I said, at this point, we cannot say that we have any background level or customary international law for managing transboundary aquifers. What we can say is that there are trends, and the trends are very much in line with Elia's presentation, which I really loved. especially that second to last slide where you had all those agreements outlined and then the different categories and so on. And I think this comports really very much with a lot of what you found, that regular exchange of data and information is found at all these agreements. It is something that these countries who have entered into these agreements, or 7 of them, and arrangements, 6 of them, they all seem to think that this kind of information exchange is critical for developing the relationship, the cross-border relationship, and developing maybe some kind of regulatory and management regime. Similarly, monitoring. You've got to continue monitoring. It's not just developing information statically at one point, but on a dynamic and ongoing basis. And then as you monitor, you go back to that first principle and you have to continue to exchange that new information as you're collecting. So again, this seems to be the trend as a background principle, foundational principle. Another one is what we call prior notification of planned measures. If one of the countries intends to take some kind of activity in relation to that aquifer, which is shared with its neighbor, it has to provide notification and maybe even information in terms of the environmental impact and the whatever other impacts may come about from the use of that transboundary aquifer. And then finally, in terms of another trend that we're seeing from these few instruments is creating an institutional mechanism, some kind of relationship, whether it's a formal commission like IBWC or something less formal. Most of them seem to agree that some kind of institutional mechanism is necessary in order to implement the relationship and the exchange of information and the monitoring and all these other aspects. All these, if you notice at the very top of the slide, it said procedural law. These are processes that all these countries seem to agree that are necessary. Now, what about substance? And substantive law is a little bit different because when you have a procedural law that's being violated, the remedy is, well, you've got to follow the process. You've got to correct that. When you have a violation of substantive law, then you can argue that, well, that's important. That maybe you have damages because you've damaged something that is substantive, and it's often very difficult to repair that harm without some kind of remedy, not just procedural, but a substantive, a damages type of remedy. Cooperation, it sounds obvious, but cooperation, I think in the context of transboundary waters, is a substantive obligation. And if you fail to cooperate, this becomes an infringement on the sovereignty, an infringement on the cooperation, on the trust, and on the reputation. And arguably that is a substantive violation of law. All of these agreements have that. Now, what they don't have is liability. They don't have any kind of allocation. They don't have, a few of them do. A few of these agreements and arrangements do talk about this substantive aspect of who gets how much water, or who owns the water. But from these few instruments, again, 7 formal agreements, 6 informal arrangements, we're talking about 1 or 2 that have one of these aspects or 2 of these aspects and no more. And so I'm not comfortable saying that there's a trend in any direction in terms of ownership or right to use or allocation or liability. If they interfere with your use of the groundwater, is there some kind of liability or responsibility? We don't have any kind of customary international law in that area. Whether it will develop, I suspect it will over time, but certainly we're not there yet. Last slide I just want to hit on is the gaps in the law. There's so many areas in this customary field that we just haven't dealt with. And in many cases, not even on a domestic level in terms of how to regulate the recharge zone of an aquifer, how to protect that recharge zone, and what about aquifer-dependent ecosystems and species? We certainly haven't even, we've thought about it in the transboundary context, but not dealt with it very far. And these are just some of the other aspects that I think that we will need to address in a transboundary context as we go forward. I'm going to stop my presentation now, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to respond. Thank you.
Do you see it?
Yes, yeah, from law experience. I'm not sure if I understand. From your law experience and perspective in a groundwater transboundary shared aquifers, what would be the approach for transboundary agreement on a 3 states, 2 nation? So you're asking, how do you, if I understand correctly, how do you develop an agreement where you have subnational states? Because Texas and New Mexico, for example, and Sonora and Chihuahua, they're not the national, right? So how do you develop a treaty where you also have subnational? Is that am I understanding correctly?
If I may,
please.
This is Carlos Rincón, EPA, El Paso Order Office. And actually, if it's right here where we are, 3 states, New Mexico, Texas, yep. Chihuahua, share aquifer, but in each of them, either state by state on the US side, but also including Chihuahua, in this case of Mexico, it has water rights completely different, yep. as well as the authority that has, with respect to the aquifer.
Yeah.
That was the question. Is there such an approach, or is there's, okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what the commissioner was asking about. How do we conceptualize this kind of a agreement or arrangement where you have different legal approaches, different rights developed in different mechanisms. In Mexico, everything is federalized. In the US, everything is at the state level in terms of groundwater. But of course, under both US and Mexico federal law, the states cannot negotiate with each other, at least not officially. There is a provision in US law that will allow a state to negotiate with a foreign sovereign if it has permission of Congress. So that is a possibility. And I would actually argue that something similar could be done on the Mexican side. I'm not a Mexican law expert, but with Mexican authority giving some kind of permission to a state with the federal authority involved, I think that you can bring in the states as well as the federal government to that kind of negotiation. Now, as far as the question on, well, we have different, in Texas, it's rule of capture, and in Mexico, it's through licensing. And so that is something that is going to have to work out through negotiations. There is no model that I can take from another country or another transboundary and say, here, it'll fit perfectly. It doesn't exist. In my opinion, every aquifer is going to be different. So in that, I think Elia was referencing a Rosario Sanchez et al., which I was an author on that. We identified what we think is 36 aquifers on the US-Mexico border. We may have to have 36 individual agreements on each of these aquifers because of local conditions, because of the different functionality of how the aquifer functions and so on. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done. And I think that that is something that through negotiations, you can overcome the problems of things like rule of capture versus a reasonable use approach or prior appropriation in New Mexico versus the licensing approach in Mexico. And you can decide, well, what do you want to achieve? Now, when you have rules like that, it sounds like you're asking, well, how much do we get? How much do we allocate? I would argue, forget substantive law. Don't ask about how to divide the water. The first thing you should be doing is what we're doing right now with the TAP, which is formalizing even information exchange, formalizing cooperation with databases and bring information so that we can figure out which aquifers are being depleted, which are being polluted, and then engage on those issues of depletion and pollution, not from the point of how much should we get and how much should you get, but from the point of view, well, what can we do to make this aquifer use more sustainable? And I think that too many people think about rights before they think about the process. And that's where we really should be focusing on, the process. And so those issues of different legal regimes and so on, I actually don't think that they're going to be that big an obstacle.
John Hawley here.
Yes.
I have a paper on the third day, and I've started one of my colleagues have started a white paper that just deals with the 15 slides that I presented. I want to congratulate you on your presentation. You remind me of one of my longtime colleagues, the late Albert Utton, who was a Rhodes Scholar in geology from the University of New Mexico before he went to Oxford and met a nice girl and became a lawyer. So maybe, I don't know how you left geology, but congratulations down there on Berkeley on the Brazos. And so, I started work in the 𝗁𝗁 and northern Mexico, working for US Department of Agriculture in the soil survey program. And this was in the 60s. I started working with World Food and Agriculture in Chihuahua with Secretary de Recursos Hidráulicos. We had a robust cooperative program through the 60s. And then on January 20th, 1969, that program stopped. And then it was reinstituted. We had the La Paz Agreement of 1993. And then we, I'm 89 years old now, next week. And, but I think I really like your depiction of the different kinds of aquifers. A karst aquifer is totally a cavernous solution, carbonate thing. And in my presentation, if you look in that goes with which is already with the program, there are 5 glossaries of just geologic terms. What's a bolson? What's a boreal? What's karst? What's groundwater? What's an aquifer? And for many people attending this session, there needs to be kind of communication. And as a geologist, I think in pictures and in metaphors, as one of the speakers this morning, keynote speaker mentioned. And our pictures, though, have to be based on ground truth. And in geology, it's geophysics, geochemistry, petrography, the whole 9 yards. And so we're dealing not with just the aquifer shown on Elias are on the maps, but within the 𝗁𝗁 Basin, there are 15 subbasins. In the Conejos Medinos, which is really an aquifer management unit rather than a single aquifer entity, there are probably 5 or more different aquifers when you will listen to the program or the presentation by Ezequiel Rascon on Thursday. So this is, I don't know how to, it's not a question, it's just an old man's tirade.
Listen, I first of all, I appreciate the reference to Al Utton. That's some big shoes to fill. I never met Professor Utton. I've talked to his son before, but The work that he's done in response to a question from Stephen Hernandez, yeah, absolutely. The work that he did was really groundbreaking. I mean, one of the first people to really think about how do we manage and regulate a transboundary aquifer, and the Bellagio model that he helped develop is still something that we look at and we try to understand in terms of, well, what rules should apply to a transboundary aquifer. I have to say, you referenced those, the different aquifer types. So I have a geology degree. My father was professor of hydrogeology, and those models he and I developed together about 10 or 15 years ago, with the idea of that it really has to be a local approach, and because these aquifers are so unique. It's water courses, rivers, and lakes. Yes, there are differences, but the differences are not so significant as you have for groundwater, and the geology and as you mentioned, the chemistry and so on. So this is why I actually think we may end up with 36 different transboundary agreements on the US-Mexico border. Now, you could have a framework agreement over all of them with just some basic foundational principles. But I think that you're going to, the Mimbres aquifer as compared to the Rio Grande aquifer as compared, and so on. They're going to have to be conceptualized very different in terms of what the priorities for management are, and the allocation and regulation and sustainability and so on. So, but I see there's a hand up. I want to make sure we don't run out of time. I think we're almost out of time. Is it Denise?
Yes, thank you. It's just that I totally agree with you about the thing that this has to be solved by the people locally, and that's the only way to reach something comprehensive. But a huge but. To reach that, and you were asking about what's going on with the law in Mexico. Unfortunately, we do not have something like an exception here in the States. And the Article 117 says precisely that it's not possible to the states to celebrate any sort of treaty or anything. So in order to reach this, we have to change that in Congress in Mexico. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
No, I understand that provision, and I was not suggesting that the state should do the negotiations. And yes, if Mexico could change that law, that's a whole different. What I was suggesting, the federal government can, in my interpretation, they can authorize the state to be part of the negotiation. Any kind of agreement with the Mexican side will have to involve the federal government, no question. Now, if they change that law, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that the state can't be involved in the negotiation process. And I think that the state on the border that is using that aquifer has to be involved, because it has to have local involvement and local participation and local knowledge. Mexico City is, 1,000 kilometers, I don't know the distance from the border. The US capital in Washington, DC is 2,000 miles away. Their priorities are very different than what the priorities are for the people on the border. So you have to involve the
people locally. Absolutely.
Yeah, no, but I think that it can be done. I actually do think it can be done in a way that is still within the existing legal structure. But if Mexico would change that law and allow states to negotiate, in the US side, the states cannot negotiate unless they get authority from Congress. But
you know what, and this is something that I think is a priority, because it's not only about governance, but it's because the structure of the country, because Mexico is supposed to be a federal country like the states, so it's just that each president of Mexico has been adding more and more and more power to the federal government. So that has to be stopped, because enough is enough. Really.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for so wonderful presentation.
Thank you. We have something to work toward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you. And I'll actually use that as a way to kind of bridge into a little bit of a preview for tomorrow's program, which is if you're intrigued and you like the what you've heard today from Professor Eckstein's presentation on water and environmental law, we'll be beginning our conference day tomorrow at 10 a.m. with a comparative law case study from 𝗩𝗶𝗏ᴍ Perales. So please be sure to join us tomorrow for that, as well as the other conference sessions that we'll be holding tomorrow. I just want to thank our panelists from this session, 𝗁𝗏𴂫ⴏ, 𝗁𝗏 Villaseñor, and Gabriel Eckstein. Thank you so much. Let's see. I guess before we adjourn things for today, I wanted to see, Alfredo, would you like to give any kind of closing words to this first day of the conference?
Well, yes, Mark, I just want to say that thanks to everyone that participated on the different sessions. They were really interesting on what they explain and show with their expertise, knowledge on the topic. And I appreciate your participation. I just hope that you can join us tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to end up all this effort on the different roundtables that we're going to have. So enjoy your evening and thank you for participating.